Good evening. Today is Thursday, November 6th. This is the Pleasanton Unified School Board meeting, and I call this meeting to order at 5:02 p.m. We'll start with a roll call, followed by welcome and introductions, Pledge of Allegiance, and then I'll give a quick overview. So we'll start with roll call. Go ahead.
Good evening. Namarta Graywell, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening. Ahmed Shikoslami, Business Services.
Good evening. Ed Dialazzo, Deputy Superintendent, Ed Services.
Good evening. Elizabeth Gersich, Student Board Trustee.
Mary Jo Carrion, Trustee Area 1.
Charlie Jones, Trustee for Area 4.
Good evening. Lori Walker, Trustee for Area 2.
Good afternoon. Trustee McCaughey, serving as Vice President.
And good evening, Justin Brown, District 5, serving as President this year.
Good evening, and thank you for coming. Maurice Geisel, Superintendent.
Good evening, Lanita Villasenor, Executive Assistant to Superintendent and the Board.
All right, I'll actually do things in a slightly different order. We'll do Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll do a welcome. So, Trustee Walker, do you want to lead us tonight? All right. So welcome to the board meeting. As you know, this is considered a special board meeting, which means that we'll only be discussing the budget tonight. So we will be having, after staff's presentation, we will be having a public comment period. And depending on the number of speakers, we may split that into two chunks. And also, depending on the number of speakers, we'll make a judgment call as to whether we keep it at 3 minutes or reduce it to 2 minutes, and we'll get into that discussion later. We traditionally start with a staff presentation. What we have done in the spirit of trying to make sure that we cover why we got here, but at the same time leave as much time and respect for public input, we'll be doing a brief overview of the finance situation. We also have Elise Castro, who unfortunately can't be here in person, but she is the superintendent of the Alameda schools. And we, as a Pleasanton Unified School District, have accountability to the county for our financial reporting. And so she'll be doing a presentation, and then after that we'll be moving over to public comment. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Superintendent Geisels.
Thank you, President Brown. And what I'd like to do is read the statement that I've read at the last several board meetings, and that is, we recognize that the work, next slide please, we recognize that the work we are about to embark upon is very challenging as it impacts our most cherished resources, the employees of PUSD. We want to acknowledge that everyone in the organization is a valid member. As we move forward and discuss the difficult tasks and choices ahead, let us set examples to our students. And I want to commend everyone for being civil in these past meetings and being respectful, and I appreciate that. I think what worries me most is how we treat each other, and kindness prevails. We're all good people, and let's get through this the best we can, and again, set an example for our students. So the agenda tonight is we are going to review the process to date and going forward rather quickly. We're going to talk about the Alameda County Office of Education's conditions for approving the 2025-26 budget, and then we'll be introducing again, like President Brown said, Superintendent Elise Castro from the Alameda County Office of Education, and then I will review the fiscal challenges at a very high level, and in the same presentation as this one, you'll see an appendices of a lot of information, of course, archived on our website as well. Then the staff is going to present our follow-ups, our answers to a lot of the questions that you had and directions last time, and then providing clarifying questions from the board to the staff. And then we invite you to revisit and think about what the reduction target would be. And then, like President Brown said, he'll be setting up the public comment for 60 minutes. And then the board gets to work and completes the consensus weighting exercises and gives staff further direction. So here's where we're at. We've had several special meetings. Last week we had a regular meeting where we attached this agenda item to it. We meet again tonight, and if necessary, you see the following board meeting there on November 6th to wrap it up. So basically what these next couple slides talk about is conditions that the ACOE, the Alameda County Office of Education, made, and that we pledged in a resolution the board did in September, that we would meet those obligations to meet the requirement of a conditional budget. That's what this is going over there. And you can see the bottom, there's a link to the ACOE approved letter. The next one is just briefly a statement, and Ahmad, I'm going to have you take it over from here.
Great, thank you. So as Superintendent Geisels was indicating, the county's approval of our budget, which is required, is based on a set of work that we have embarked on and conditions that we need to fulfill. And one of those conditions, as you can see outlined, was the district's establishment of a process and with the Budget Advisory Committee and the current process that we're going through to identify the needed reductions to balance our budget through 26-27. The district updated its financials as part of the 45-day budget, and those data was relied upon by the county. The district also closed its books and improved some of its ending fund balances, and the county is relying on those improvements. Additionally, the district took action to move sale of property into a reserve to shore up our reserves, and that was approved by the State Allocation Board, and the county was indicated that that was a critical step. The next two are steps that the district has taken, which is the passage of a temporary borrowing from the county to assist us with our current cash flow for the current year. And the district, as also the board, passed a resolution confirming its commitment to remaining fiscally solvent and making the necessary reductions. The letter is linked here for everyone to look at and for the specifics. And at the end of the letter, and we're going to hear shortly from Superintendent Castro, she indicates that the county, we deeply appreciate the continued dedication and hard work of the district staff, the board, PUSD labor partners, and the PUSD community. I particularly applaud the outreach fiscal staff and labor partners have made to the county office to build capacities, safeguards, and shared understanding. PUSD is taking all the right and necessary actions with honesty and resolve to confront its fiscal realities. Unlike many organizations that delay or defer difficult decisions, this district is facing the challenges directly and transparently, while acknowledging that this work will require continued effort and partnership over time. Thought that was a very strong statement from Superintendent Castro. Next, before we turn it over back to Dr. Geisels, this is the commitment and the resolution the board passed on September 25th, indicating those minimum levels of reduction to balance those budget, knowing that there's going to be continued adjustments to the budget as we update it in the first interim and learn more about the state funding. So with that, Dr. Geisels, I'm going to return it to you.
Thank you. And now we're going to try to bring up Superintendent Castro on Zoom.
I'm here.
And there you are. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for all the help and your ongoing help with our team, with your fiscal team. And thank you for joining us.
Of course, it is, in fact, a team effort. But Ahmad stole all my best lines. I put them in writing. No, I just, I'm here tonight looming over you on Zoom. I am really just to make myself available to the board. And partly, I think, to give a very special kind of shout out and appreciation and pep talk that, during this process, every school district has the same obligations. It's your job as the board to make a balanced budget that aligns the PUSD's resources to your values and your priorities. And it's my job to make sure that the budget balances and fits the state's rules. I meant what I said in that letter and what Ahmad just read, that this district, of all the districts in Alameda County that are struggling and have to make cuts, this district is the one that I think is currently acting as the best model for facing it head on and getting the best information and making the best decisions, because it's really hard. You have to make cuts. We have to make cuts. And the only thing that's harder than making cuts is not making them. And I've spent a lot of time on television screens talking to the voters of Oakland lately about the downstream effects of not making cuts when you still can. And I really don't want to be having that conversation about any more districts. So I am just here to say that, I understand as a fellow elected official that this is the worst part of the job, and it is the job we signed up for, that the voters are trusting us to do our job as trustees and to hold in trust the state's money and the money for our kids. And I stand with you and hold your hand through this hard part, and let me know how we can help and what questions you have.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. We'll try to keep it short. If any trustees have one or two questions for Elise that they want to pose, go ahead. Trustee Jones.
Oh, sorry. Hello, Elise. Good to see you again. My question for you is around medical billing through the county. My question for you is just, what is the average savings from medical billing for districts, especially ones around our size?
Boy, do I wish I had an answer for that. It's emergent work. No one actually has any real income coming in from it yet. I wish I had a better answer, but at this point, we can try to work with you, with your team offline, to make some potential reasonable estimates, but they are going to be estimates of future revenue.
Thank you. I think that'd be really helpful.
So Elise, just a personal favor, if you could maybe, since we've got a lot of parents, a lot of teachers and other staff in the room, if you could just explain briefly in terms of what the county's been doing to try to set up a centralized and a method for us to bill back for medical, and what does that timeline look like?
Sure. Boy, I didn't prep for this question. So about a year ago, it became theoretically possible for all behavioral health services that are performed on school-based or school-linked behavioral health services to become reimbursable through either Medi-Cal or through private insurance, just like they would be if a child or a teenager were seen at a private doctor's office, but also, just like if they were seen at a private doctor's office, that requires doing the whole process of filling out medical billing with those coding documents and everything being properly documented. So as a county, we have created a whole billing department and an electronic health record to try to feed all of that data in and automate the billing process so that we can just do it at cost and pass that savings and reimbursement through to districts. The problem is it's a state level initiative, and there's some infrastructure at the state that has not actually come online yet. So we're several months behind where we thought we would be, and not in a position, as near as I can tell, to actually fix the thing that needs to come unstuck before the flow happens.
Okay, so to be more specific, and as a follow-on to Trustee Jones' question, one of the questions we had at the last meeting was, obviously we're making cuts and we're planning the 26-27 and 27-28 budget years. Given this program's in process and has had delays, we're not in a position as a board to predict size or take that into our calculus when we're making decisions at this time for a 26-27 budget cycle. Is that correct?
I wouldn't count on it.
Okay.
We could try to do some projections, but you'd need to be willing and able to then have a plan B.
Right. Okay. Understood. All right. I saw Trustee Carrion's hand up.
So these are extremely difficult cuts. I feel like I'm either have to choose to cut off my arm or my leg. So what happens if we choose not to make these cuts? What would be the consequence? I'm just.
Okay. So I will speak in general terms. Really at the highest level, the schools belong to the state of California and are funded by the state of California and regulated, including their budgets, by the state. And the state has some expectations for all districts, which include that they will have a balanced budget with a 3%, in most cases, a 3% reserve for economic uncertainties, and that they will be able to do that going out 3 years to provide ongoing stability for students and staff. And there's a set of technical rules about what that has to look like. We check in on that multiple times a year, and ultimately there's some early warning indicators and then there's some late warning indicators, but ultimately what happens if the district is not able to balance its budget for multiple years, you will run out of reserves, hit a cash crisis, have to take out a state loan, and along with a state loan to make payroll means that the board becomes an advisory board and an administrator that reports to me and to the superintendent of public instruction and to the state board of education president comes in and takes the place of both the board and the superintendent, which would be a loss of local control. Let's not go there.
Okay. Trustee McCaughey?
Yes, Superintendent Castro, thank you for taking your time in the evening to come here and speak. While we have a room full of community members and teachers and parents and family, my question is, you referenced Oakland, and for the benefit for those who may not be aware, could you just give a high-level summary of what just happened recently in the news and how your role as the county superintendent has had to step in and give guidance to that board? Just to give some more information or clarification for the public.
Actually, at this moment, Oakland is in the exact same place as Pleasanton and several other districts in this county, which is having had a conditionally approved budget and taking some action to remove those conditions, but in both cases, part of that action is saying, like, yes, we understand we have to make cuts, and this is our plan to make them in the future. But just like you, they are in the place where they have to figure out exactly where those cuts will be. The real difference is that that Oakland is coming out of a situation where in the past, many years ago, they went through that process I just described of losing local control and only recently regained it. So there's more sensitivity around a passionate desire to retain local control and an awareness that sometimes that actually can happen. Okay. That is the slippery slope I want to see no one on. No one.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Superintendent Castro, for joining us tonight and level setting how the county and the district interoperate and our responsibility to you as that supervisory body. So thank you.
Thank you, President Brown, and thank you all board members for your service. It's an incredibly hard job, and I really respect that this is the worst part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I think we're going to bring it back to staff to just go through 4 slides on the finances.
Yes, I'm going to recap our fiscal reality at a glance. We've been talking about this for several months now, and I thought I'd recap it in just 3 slides of what's going on. The details, again, are in the appendix of this slideshow, which we're not going to go over all the detail, and there's everything from articles and previous information forms as well as readings on the website. So this, again, if this is new to you, many of you are just finding out about this for the first time. We hope it piques your interest to find out more. And if you've seen this many, many times, thank you for your patience as I give you a high overview of what's happening. So we've been facing revenue pressures, and that's declining enrollment. All 18 districts in Alameda County are being affected by declining enrollment. We have 2,000 fewer students than we did back in 2018-19, which means $24 million less in revenue. We also had one-time COVID money that went away, and during that time we added positions, and COVID also masked the problems which I'm going to be talking about, and that was declining in reserves, but that money is now gone. In terms of revenue, if you look at comparable unified school districts in California, we are funded less than 93% of the unified school districts in California. We're in the lowest decile. And in terms of local property tax revenue, we are surrounded by school districts that 70 of them have a local parcel tax. We've gone out twice since the teens. We came close but didn't win, and we still do not have a parcel tax. If you look at the cost pressures, of course, we're in the Bay Area, and in the Bay Area, expenses such as utility, insurance are really, really high. And the thing about the way schools are funded is they're funded the same way in the Valley, in a place like Los Gatos, for example, where the cost of living is lower, and we get that same amount here. Also, if you look at salaries, Los Baños is funded pretty much more, as much if more than we are, and they don't, housing prices, inflation is not as much.
Excuse me, Superintendent Geisels. One of the things I've been proud of, both last year when we were doing budget reductions, as well as this year, is that we've been giving people the opportunity to be heard, and that includes staff. And so if we could please, especially, we want to set a standard for the many students we have in the audience as well, so if we could refrain from talking while staff or speakers are talking, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, President Brown. And I recognize some of this is, all of it is really hard to hear, and I appreciate that. So it's competitive salaries are really necessary, and we're facing the kind of inflationary costs housing costs and the like that others aren't. And our aim is really to attract and retain the talent that we have and to keep it. And then, like so many other districts, we do have rising costs to meet the needs of all students, and that also continues to add budget pressure. So the other thing is the fiscal impact is deficit spending means 4 consecutive years we have been spending more than we've been taking in at the tune of $17.9 million. And as a result, we've depleted our reserves. So we've gone from, we've lost 11%. We've gone from 11% down to basically 0 today, backfilling it with the sale of Vineyard so we can meet the minimum reserve of 3%. So we've ratcheted down those reserves and deficit spending by $20 million. And the fact is, the tipping point is last year, last summer, we realized that we made an accounting oversight, and we did not account for substitute and hourly. So that was an additional 1.5% variance. Now, this has been coming for quite a while. It's just we were so close to the sun and so close to 3%, that variance of 1.5% caused us to dip below the minimum economic reserve. And you know, we're talking about people now who are going to work fewer hours, make less money, or potentially lose their position. I apologize for that error. It's a systems issue, and believe me, we're definitely on it. We're keenly taking a look at checks and balances and how we track our money, and I'm confident that we definitely learn from that. And again, my apologies for that variance of 1.5% on top of all of the other things we're talking about here. So the projected deficit is $8.2 million. We said this before. This is what was in the resolution for conditional improvement for 26-27, and another $750,000 on top of that, which is roughly about an absolute, we must look at a reduction of $8.9 million to keep local control. So that's a very high overview, and again, I invite you to look at the appendix as well as website to see more detail. Ahmad?
Yeah, thank you, Maurice. And we take the work we do very seriously, and every day we look at the numbers, and I myself look at last year and acknowledge that that was really a hard one on us, and it really weighs heavily on myself and the team, the work that our team does. And so I also wish that I could go back in time and make those corrections, and I apologize for my shortcomings as well. So in terms of what we have done to this date is that the district has made budget reductions of about $16.7 million, and that's been we have been recognizing the need to do these reductions since 24-25 and going into 25-26. And we have also increased our revenues. And so the property we're looking at, our after-school programs, our facility use, and other grant programs bring significant dollars. We have also been fortunate to have the sale of the property funds to pay off this property. About $25 million of a $30 million COP was paid off. But we also were able to allocate funds into our reserves in order to ensure fiscal solvency. And so as indicated earlier, that fiscal solvency is critical to maintain local control and to be able to support our students and staff and community. We've been showing kind of this gradient in terms of the minimum and the maximum. And the reason that we have this gradient is because there are many factors that continue being in flux. We still don't know what the cost of living adjustment is going to be for the 26-27 year, and a 1% adjustment will be $1.5 million less in revenue. We currently have a projection of enrollment of 12,672 students for next year, and that potentially could be 100 students less. And so you can start to see the impacts of that. Additionally, we haven't built into the budget any type of compensation or other unknown factors that may come up. This next chart kind of lays out by year and kind of what the target level assumptions are. And so you can see those are the minimum to balance the budget based on our latest budget update. And these budgets do get regularly updated, and so we'll be updating our first one in December. To factor in a variety of rising costs and unknown factors, we factored in $1 million. And we've also now started to factor in, we know our enrollments were lower than what we had planned for this year, and so we can kind of see that that may trickle to next year, and so we're now starting to look at an LCFF that may be less. We're also now looking at a cost of living adjustment that may be less than what the state has projected. We have not put anything else in it as a placeholder for those other factors of economic recession, state funding decrease, and compensation. And so with that, you can see at the minimum to ensure that the next 2 years are balanced, we're looking at $11.2 million of reductions. Maurice, you want to take this one?
Yeah, thank you. So there's flexibility and there's reductions. Final reduction targets may vary, and I've said this last year and I said it throughout my career, and that is the targets may vary due to many factors such as state funding, cost of living adjustments, enrollment, new revenue sources, as well as health billing, which is still to be determined with the conversation before, grants, and increased unknown costs. So, for example, this is an unusual kind of scenario that we're going through in urban areas, specifically like in Alameda County. Most downturns are caused by an economic recession, and that means the state brings in less income tax and profit tax. We're tied to that, and that's really where you see the reductions go down. I can't predict what the economy is going to do. If anyone knows, let us know. I don't know what the effects of the federal government is going to be on competing for state dollars as the federal government potentially cuts money. And so these things vary with all these different factors. What we do know is that we do have a number and that enough reductions to cover the current known factors and variances are identified. And again, that could change. If new data becomes available that positively impacts the budget, and we're crossing our fingers that's the case, reductions can be scaled back and even rescinded after the initial notifications are made, which is the March 15th letter, which we have to pretty much make in mid to late May. Next slide, Amon. So one of the questions that has been asked is about, well, what about revenue? How can we receive more revenue? So staff has come back to the trustees in 3 areas here. One is short-term, 6 months to a year, looking at revenue. One is the medium-term, 1 to 3 years, and one is the long-term, 3 to 5 years. And we listed those out. We've talked about them quite a bit in the past. They're worth repeating. One is, of course, is average daily attendance, improving that. We have improved significantly since the absences during COVID, and we are up almost to where we were pre-COVID, but we could still do better because it's not just enrollment we get funded on, it's attendance too, the combination of the two. We also right now, and we have been flying an advertisement for the additional 6,000 square feet to lease in the district office. We have a lot of empty cubes in offices based on the reductions last year. We talked about billing for medical, for the ACOE earlier, and then of course increasing facility fees recovery. For minimum 1 to 3 years, we could be looking at a parcel tax. Again, 70 surrounding districts have it, we don't. after school and summer school enrichment, meaning kids clubs expansion, strategies to attract new enrollment, like international baccalaureate or dual immersion programs, are ideas to attract and retain. We did start a campaign last winter, which we are going to reinstitute this year, and look for more parents to choose Pleasanton who don't live here, because they can choose to go to school here on intra-district transfers. And then new grants, working with PPIE. I know they're definitely watching us closely to see how they could potentially increase annual donations, etc. And then for the long term, we're looking at revenue generations from investment of the sale of First and Burnell, potentially school consolidation and closure, and that's very long term. I went over that time. This is not an option we're looking at right now, and increased enrollment from new housing projects. So with that, tonight, what we're going to do is we're going to continue, if you'll bear with us, is follow up with the answers from staff to the questions that you had in the last board meeting, and then we'll review again the changes we've made in the current reduction lists, and you'll be establishing a target, and then so on and so forth. But the next step right now is for us to review the answers and directions from the last board meeting. So, Ed?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Geisels. So just to step back a little bit, since there's new people in the room, possibly, we are going to go through now some slides that will hopefully answer the follow-up questions from the board from the last meeting. And we pulled a few slides out, or a few questions out, and created some slides to make sure that we are completely answering the question. So that's what's coming up here in the next few slides for myself and the rest of the staff. They're in no particular order except the way they're listed on your documents, trustees. And this one is referencing to C3, which is a question that you posed last week about the CPALS reduction. And this is a management reduction item. It's a reclassification, as well as the question around can the CPALS grants, which are our career tech education grants, offset, how does it offset our general fund? So the information provided here, I won't read it to you, but you have it there. Some of the things I want to highlight is, should we reclass the director to assistant director? One of the things to think about is the work remains. We will be vigilant. We will pursue opportunities of CTE. The fidelity of following the grants as they are written will continue, even with a reclassification of the position. The board has asked us in this entire very difficult process to look at a couple of things. You know, what are some management reductions? How do we analyze efficiencies in all of our departments? How do we sustain the work that we do? Should we continue to decrease enrollment? What do neighboring school districts do? What's their FTE when it comes to the different departments? This one is specific to CPALS. One of the things that we also analyze specifically to your question is general fund can be offset, but it will depend on the language in grants. So Mr. Shiko Islami and myself have been looking at grants to see how much can we possibly offset the general fund, because grants are very specific. If you're not familiar with grants, they outline specifically what is the work, how do we report that we're doing that work, and how are we spending the money. So that's very critical with any grant, not just this particular one. One of the things to think about as well for this particular option is the CTIG, the Career Tech grant, is also something that we can potentially help to offset a fee that we provide to the ROP services. And so you see here, we've listed in another option a 50% reduction. Some of our neighboring districts actually use 100%, 90 to 100%, I should say, of their CTIG grant to offset that ROP. We've never done that. So that is a general fund savings, because then now it lessens the amount that we would pay to the ROP program. It's very technical, but I just wanted to alert you to that. And then lastly, with neighboring districts, you could see listed there kind of at the bottom, it's very small. Livermore Unified, they don't have a CTE director. Actually, the director of secondary is the one responsible for CTE under their job description, and they have one adult school principal. Dublin also does not have a director. They have an assistant director of adult ed, CTE, and ROP with no adult school principal. And you can see our staffing there is one director of CPAL, one assistant director of CPAL, and then their office staff as well. So it's hard to compare apples with oranges, but in the way we analyzed it, that's why this reduction is on a possible list for your consideration, given all those things I just said. Next, there was a question last time about the health services, specifically how many nurses, or I'm sorry, why do some districts have HSAs, some districts have school nurses? What's the health services plan for the district? Why does it look different for us, or how does it look different for us versus other places? So I listed here some bullet points for the board to consider as you're thinking about this, this possible reduction. Just for reference, the current options list for this particular item is a reduction of 4.5 FTE at elementary. That's a phase out of that HSA position at the elementaries. The middle school and the high school are part-time, they're hours. So specifically at middle school, it's a 5-hour position right now. It would go down to 4 hours, and then the high school is a 7-hour position. It would go to a half day, which is a 4-hour position. What we've listed here is to let the board know that we have a responsibility to keep our kids safe and healthy in school. And so we have staff that are licensed and credentialed to perform those duties. Some districts have 16 school nurses and no HSAs and so forth. There are some districts like us that have some nurses, I believe it's a 6.0, 4.2, thank you, 4.2 FTE nurses, but we have health services assistants. So it just depends on what the district wants to do. Listed here, again, I won't read it to you, but we have school nurses who are actually the ones who are in charge of those health services in terms of training, consulting, and also providing on an as-needed basis. The reality of it is when you have 16 schools and 4.2 nurses, they're not going to be stationed at specific schools. That's why we have additional support staff. That being said, the state does allow school districts to have trained, unlicensed staff to be able to provide medical assistance or medical needs for our students. That's why we have other professionals in the office, and it's listed on another document, but executive, secretary, administrative assistants, and so forth. Don't quote me on that. It's on another list, but the point is there are office staff that also have the ability to provide health services to students in that main office. So I jotted down some information here. I'm going to call up Ms. Janet Gates to please talk about the other part of the question in terms of how our service, what do services look like at our schools, Ms. Gates, in terms of who's in the office and how do we provide the services? Let's state who you are. My apologies.
Oh, sorry. I'm Janet
Gates.
Gates. I'm the Director of Student Services, and so therefore I oversee the work of our district nurses. And board members, I want to assure you that should you choose these reductions in our health service assistance hours, you can be confident that student needs will be covered. In the document that's linked there, you'll see a schedule that is currently in place for our district registered nurses. Their time is divided to match the student-to-nurse caseload that's specified in our collective bargaining agreement, but you'll notice that each school is covered by a district nurse, and as Mr. DiLazzo mentioned, we do that because Ed Code allows for trained, unlicensed personnel to care for students, including administering medications, but that is under the training and direction and consultation of a licensed nurse. Some school districts have chosen to divvy that up differently than we have. So right now, the way that that is covered is we have part-time HSAs at the elementary schools. When they are not present, those first aid, everything still happens for students. It's just done by the other office personnel, and they are allowed to do so under the training of our district nurses. So we do feel confident. We have a comprehensive health plan that would make sure we maintain the health and safety of all of our students.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Please stay there because the next page is also with you.
Okay.
So we're going to keep moving here. The other question from the last meeting had to do with the wellness. The official title is Wellness Center Support Specialist. And so we have put together a chart there that I'm going to have Ms. Gates go over. But essentially, we have that position on the options list should the board make a decision to phase out that particular position. The notion of this position is the notion. It's the duplicative nature of this position with another position is why we've added it as a potential option. The main reasons is what Ms. Gates will go over, but essentially we have now a grant that could fund and will fund the wellness coaches. And so that's another title of another position with a different job description. And so the position that's on the line item now is the Wellness Center Support Specialist that we feel is duplicative because we have now another position that can serve in the same capacity as that current position that we're thinking or have presented to the board as a potential option. Ms. Gates, can you go over the differences between the two? And the most important thing is about the billing aspect, because that came up earlier from the trustees.
Yes, of course. Thanks. So again, the services provided by the Wellness Center Support Specialist and our wellness coaches are duplicative. The Wellness Center Support Specialist position has been around longer because it was paid for during COVID times. The wellness coaches are a new position this year that were allowed because we were able to secure a grant from the state for this new position. It is new statewide. Some benefits of the wellness coach job description is that it includes documentation in their job description, so they can actually do documentation in the student health record system, which actually they started documenting on Tuesday. This allows for potential billing for services, and this is not in the job description for our Wellness Center Support Specialists, because the wellness coaches are positions that can document services which can potentially bill. The thought is that the revenue from the potential billing will be able to continue these positions in future years. Additionally, and I don't know if we want to look at the document that's linked, but it's linked there. It shows that our wellness coaches actually have higher levels of requirements and can provide higher levels of services based on their job description and their certification. Additionally, our wellness coaches are part of a monthly training program that's provided through the Alameda County Office of Education to continue growth in their area. So those are some differences between the positions, and again, it is duplicative because our wellness coaches are providing for all the services that have been provided by the Wellness Center Support Specialists and more.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Next will be Ahmad.
Thank you, Ed. So there was a question asked about the custodial coverage. Currently, both at our elementary schools and middle schools, we have an A-B schedule. And what we have as an option for the board to consider is moving to an ABC schedule. As you can see, the evening crew at the elementary sites, except for Donlan, would be reduced from 1.5 to 1. At the middle schools, it would be 3 to 2.5. This model would continue daily cleaning in what we consider the high touch points being areas like the health office, the main office, kindergarten, kitchens, break rooms, multi-purpose, and all restrooms. And so those will be daily cleaned. The current schedule that we have cleans the classroom floors and office floors 3 times a week. So this would reduce it to 2 times a week. And then the detail cleaning currently occurs twice a week would be reduced to once a week. And for both the middle and high schools, elementary and middle schools, and you can see examples of what that schedule could look like. We still have to work and refine it if this is an option that the board selects. Moving to the next question. This was a question that was raised regarding our technology support model. The district back in 2023 established what we consider a zone support model, and that allowed at the elementary school site, we had psych technicians assigned approximately to 1.5 elementary schools that provided the AM/PM. The middle school techs provided support for urgent requests as needed. Earlier this year, we froze 2 elementary site tech positions, and working collaboratively with our labor partners, developed the zone model that would expand to having the 2 less techs. And so now we have 1 tech covering 2 elementary schools. The same backup in terms of urgent requests are supported at the middle school level. The district provides a considerable amount of coordination to ensure that the most urgent tech requests are addressed, and that we're doing a lot of pre-planning. And I'm going to ask Robert to explain some of the performance, the efficiency, and the data that you guys have been looking at. And Robert Torres is our Chief Technology Officer.
Again, Robert Torres, Chief Technology Officer. And so as we've, to highlight the zone model and the pilot program, the middle school technicians, the way we monitor the performance metric in this to make sure that we're effective, so we have a system in place that utilizes the help desk, and then we have a coordinator of operations that watches the daily activities of the calls that are coming in. In particular, we're, as Ahmad mentioned, pre-planning that our district users have been able to work with us on to let us know of less urgent tickets in advance has been helpful. But for urgent requests, the coordination of our manager in charge of that is helpful to deploy as needed. We have multiple layers aside from the models that we're talking about here, where elementary and middle school is able to support each other. But from the district level, we have an additional site level technician that's ready to be dispatched as needed. In this model here, it's essential that the help desk data is utilized. We provided for you the data trends in this pilot model, as well as historical data. And looking at this, we're seeing the normal trends with help desk calls coming in overall. The school year for 25-26 here reflects from July 1 to the end of October. And again, it's reflective in this model that shows that at the beginning of the year, as we get things under control and head into October, that things really start to stabilize. So based on that, if we could scroll up into the actual detail, what we're seeing is different averages of number of tickets for support based on the rolling month average here. And so in this case here, you'll see some different variances, and all of this is normal. What it tells us in terms of the support we're providing is that we're not in any type of crisis mode, and we have adequate time to be able to respond to those tickets. The differences in these numbers could be reflective of the type of call that's coming in. So for example, if we look at the first one, the 4 on average daily calls that come in, it could take full 8 hours to do 4 calls. In other cases, we could get 10 calls done. It just depends on the type of response that we're looking for. Overall, what we're saying here is that with the budget item in front of you with the middle school technicians, the 1 hour outside of the non-instructional day is something that, based on the data, based on the metrics we have here, we would be able to manage.
Thank you, Robert. The next slide, I want to talk about integration specialists, and this particular slide, just for context, integration specialists are TOSAs, T-O-S-A, short for Teachers on Special Assignment. So these are certificated teachers who work with our curriculum and instruction department. And what the question was from last week from the board was, how many reductions can we make in this position? And then the second part of it is what's the cost analysis with the potential cost? Should we reduce more integration specialists? What's it mean for the professional development costs? And so we have that for you, and I'll ask Mr. Butterfield and Mr. Schrag to come up and talk about that section. But first, we did look at the data, and the data supports having the integration specialists to provide very extensive training, professional development, and also coaching for our teachers. We look at we took a holistic approach when we're looking at the specialists. We have intervention specialists, we have classified reading intervention support specialists, and then we have our TOSAs that work within the C&I department, curriculum instruction department, along with, of course, our regular teachers and our principals. And so looking at all of those factors, all of those positions, we felt that this reduction was appropriate because of the data that we looked at. So Mr. Butterfield is our Director of Secondary Education, Mr. Schrag is our Director of Elementary Education, and they can give you a breakdown of the professional development costs and other factors.
Thank you very much. Josh Butterfield, Director of Secondary Education. So on the current list is a reduction from 4 down to 3 integration specialists. That number would put us higher of integration specialists to teacher ratios than any other district in the area with that single reduction. On the executive summary, you'll be able to see that. The key thing that our integration specialists do is help teachers. They're the single position in the district that is a non-evaluative peer-to-peer support for their colleagues. Anything from how to use Synergy, setting up grade books, improving instructional practices. They are cost saving in that they are able to meet teachers where they're at on preps, in their classroom, support them in the classroom during the school day, which is the highest efficacy of professional development and support that you can find. Contracted services do not do this. They do not come in and they're not here 5 days a week. They're not APT members working peer-to-peer in a non-evaluative way. Contracted services are flyby that come in twice a month and cost about the same amount for 2 visits per month as a full-time integration specialist does. In addition, we'll be adopting K-5 ELA material and 6 through 12 math materials. That is a big investment that we're making on part of our students as a district, and having the integration specialists to provide follow-up and implementation support is really crucial to make sure that we are able to move that work forward and utilize those funds that we're spending on those. So at this time, the reduction of 1 brings us over the other ratios, but also allows us to continue the level of support that we're providing, and reduces proportionally to the student proportion reductions and ratios that we are in other areas.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Schrag, you can stay, please. The next slide.
Ed, can I pause you for just 1 second? So obviously, we've got a lot of people here. We're eager to get to public comment. So just as a touch base, we're going to go through 3 more slides to update the board. We won't be turning over to board questions. We'll be asking those questions in stream as we go through those items. And so after we get through the next 3 slides, we'll turn it over to public comment. There is a green card over there. If you could, if you still want to speak, please hand them to Lenita, and we'll prioritize those with students and family care needs first. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. D'Alazzo.
Thank you, President Brown. So we are going to continue and talk about elementary music specialist position. Last week we reviewed, or last few weeks we've reviewed our specialists, the science specialists, the physical education specialists. We also have music specialists. There was a request from the board to put down considerations for the board to think about regarding music specialists, and so we have provided that for the board tonight. Some core principles regarding all of our specialists. We will follow the teacher preparation collective bargaining agreement. That will continue to be met. We will follow required instructional minutes for all of those 3 positions that I talked about, and then standards will continue to be taught. We will have music education and so forth should this choice be made by our board. So Mr. Schrag, can you talk about what that would look like and why we've come up with this particular this option of a 1.26 FTE reduction?
Sure. So the current proposal for the band reduction, the band is a fifth grade elective option for students to opt into. It does not have anything to do with the prep minutes, and we have a group of teachers, three of them, who go to every elementary site once a week to teach fifth grade band for those students who opt into it. By reducing that, we do have those three teachers, and that would be roughly a just less than a 1.0 FTE plus of their travel. So that reduction is roughly commensurate with the reduction also with science and PE specialists, which was about 50%, but this would be roughly, for the FTE, about 20% of a reduction. Again, minding the requirements of both the required instructional minutes that we are required by the state, along with the prep minutes required by our collective bargaining agreement, and finally, just being really clear, the content will continue to be taught in science and PE. Students would still be getting their science and PE taught at those schools, but with this reduction, this is the easiest way to be making sure we're minding those three core criteria that Mr. Dialazzo mentioned without impacting that.
So I'll just add with that particular slide is that there was a request of could there be reductions in other specialists, and so Mr. Schrag, he and I presented to our superintendent that that would not be our recommendation. The recommendation or the identified option is the same for the science specialists, the physical education specialists, and this is an additional add based on the request from last week of the 1.26 FTE for music. Correct, Mr. Schrag?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Schrag, stay there.
Yeah.
Next one is yours as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I already mentioned the reading intervention support specialist being part of our core literacy intervention program at elementary. So we looked at this. The request from the board last week was, well, if we don't want to phase out all of the positions in elementary, what could that possibly look like with portion reductions, 1.0, 2.0, and so forth. So, Mr. Schrag, can you go over that analysis for the board, please?
Yeah, just as a quick overview, the literacy support program for our elementary schools is based, and really is kind of composed of two essential people. The intervention specialists are really the folks that are the centerpiece of that, where they are leading the assessment, facilitating those data talks, and they are meeting with students. Augmenting that scope of what we do are the reading intervention specialists, or the RISs. So with the current, what we're trying to do is preserve the integrity of the program. We still want to make sure and ensure that students with intensive literacy needs get the support they need. So while we could reduce RISs, we know that some sites, again, have a higher level of literacy needs. There's about 3 sites who have a much higher level of intensive literacy needs, and there's a few sites that don't have quite as many. So based on whatever the board chooses, we can reduce RISs, but some sites will not have RISs and some will have actually more. Currently, there's sites that have more RISs because of the need that they have, and some sites don't have them at all right now. So just to give a sense of what that would look like.
So we provided a chart for the board for their reference, and it shows what Mr. Schrag is talking about in detail. Should we reduce a certain FTE, what would that possibly look like for the remainder in terms of an allocation plan for all of the school sites?
And I do want to ensure that we will continue to be committed to, again, making sure that every student with intensive literacy needs, especially at K2, are receiving that support directly from staff.
Thank you, Mr. Schrag.
Yeah.
And there was a question about where PPIE funds and what programs. So again, to clarify that, PPID funds programs, not particular positions. In the 25 and 26 school year, the areas of support are library media, mental health wellness, elementary music, outdoor education, transportation, and there are other smaller specific grants and programs that they support. Around the totals are about $770,000 for 25-26.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Superintendent Geisels? No? Okay. All right, so just bringing it back, as I said, normally our normal method is to have the board ask questions on the staff presentation, but I am recognizing the fact that we've got a lot of students here, and other family members. And so we're going to still have that discussion, but we're going to have it in line as we discuss those items for consideration and get down to the hard work of going through the spreadsheet. So as I mentioned, we're going to prioritize students and those that have expressed that they have child care commitments. If you've already put in a speaker card and you do have child care commitments and didn't let Lenita know, feel free to come talk to her and we'll try to jig things, but otherwise we'll try to respect first come, first serve in terms of receipt of the speaker cards. Just a few notes in terms of public speaking. So it's an important topic. I mean, at the end of the day, whether it's a reduction in hours or an elimination of a position, there's a lot of reality and economic reality for our staff. And as a result, it can be a very passionate and very important presentation that folks are doing. So I do ask that you please don't interrupt the speaker. I recognize that in public people want to express support for a speaker, and so I'm not going to shut down any sort of clapping, but just keep it to a minimum. If you agree with the speaker and want to express that, feel free. We will have to limit it to 2 minutes, though, because we're already at 30-plus speaker cards here, and I want to make sure that we give as many people an opportunity to speak. There is a clock at the top, which starts at green, goes to yellow, goes to red. One of the toughest jobs in running the meeting is being mindful and respectful of people speaking, but at the same time being respectful of the people behind you that also want to speak. So once we reach, in case you don't notice the timer, I'll probably indicate there, and then if it goes on too long, I'll probably speak up and ask that you wrap. So with that, we obviously value your input. Under the Brown Act, which is a California requirement, we as trustees can't engage in a two-way dialogue. So just be understanding that although you may come to the podium with questions, unfortunately I can direct staff to follow up with you, but I can't, myself and board members can't specifically answer questions during that time. So thank you very much for helping us maintain a respectful environment where all voices can be heard. And with that, I'm going to start with our students as promised. And so we have a Sophia Herring. And after Sophia, we have Advanth. And then after that, Arena. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sophia Henning, and I am a student at Hart Middle School, and I'm here to talk about how I heard about this meeting. I heard about this meeting through my librarian, and I am very fond of her, and we have a very close connection due to the library. And I don't think it's right to reduce hours of our school libraries, because in my school library we have the printer, we have like research things that we need, and also some of us don't have a quiet place to study at home, and the library is a very good place to do that. And it's also very fun for us to interact with our friends and also just read a book. So, thank you.
All right. All right, Advaith. Grade 4.
Good evening to all the grown-ups present here. My name is Advaith, and this is my friend Louis. We are 4th graders at LSL. I'm here to tell you how much I love science and PE. Those two periods have been my absolute favorite in my lower grades. When my mom said science and PE will now be taught by classroom teachers, me and my friend were both sad. I will move to 5th grade and will be still getting a science period, but all the juniors in LSAL will miss out on the fun we had doing experiments and learning about interesting scientific facts. Our science teacher, Miss Ba, knows how to instill curiosity in us and encourage us to think scientifically. It is a sad thing kids that are in our schools will miss all that in coming years. Do you know how much me and my friends look forward to PE? I have my whole wardrobe planned for PE days because my PE teacher makes me do push-ups. One day I was wearing the wrong clothes and couldn't move for a week. It's not fair you will be asking our classroom teachers to teach us sit-ups and do crunches and workouts when she has already spent a whole day planning our language lessons, social studies, and writing. She has helped us complete our work when we couldn't understand it. Please do not take the fun away from our classrooms and give us that necessary change of scenery and the opportunity to be with a different teacher, which I know for sure helps me reset my anxiety on a full day of learning. Thank you.
All right. Excellent representation. Next we have Arena, who's a student, as well as Antonio after that.
Respected members of the board, my name is Arena Mitra and I'm an 8th grader at Harvest Park Middle School. I'm here to support the elementary science teachers and talk about how important science is for elementary students starting from grade 1. Being from a district that didn't have the amazing science program that PUSD offers, I missed out on the activities that my current friends got to do. In middle school, learning about how everything around us works in a hands-on and fun way helped me engage with science and learn things that I didn't know before and helped me build my love for science. Not having science in elementary school was a huge downside because science is how the world works and it encourages students to wonder and ask questions about everyday life. Without having early exposure to scientific ideas and concepts, students would miss out on developing critical thinking and problem-solving skills that helps them question, explore, and make sense of the world around them. Not having science in grades 1 to 3 could also mean a struggle in the later years to connect with concepts like math and technology, because science ties them all together. Thank you.
Antonio, and followed that by Daphne.
Hello, my name is Antonio. I am here to protest about the budget cuts. First of all, I love science because science is the best. You got to do fun experiments almost every time. And Miss Hanafi always has fun experiments planned for us. And I want other grades, like here, this won't affect me because next year I'm going to be in 4th. But I want other people in 1st to 3rd to have the same experience I did. Same thing for PE. I love PE. I'm always looking forward to it. PE is fun, and we're always tagging each other with the bean bags and pulling each other's flag. Thank you.
All right. Nice job, Antonio. Daphne?
Hello, my name is Daphne Ginsberg. I am a 5th grader at Vintage Hills Elementary. I have 2 younger sisters, Catherine and Madeline. Catherine is in 2nd grade and Madeline is still 2 years old. I went to Outdoor Ed a few weeks ago, maybe even a month, I kind of forgot, but it was one of the greatest moments in my life. I got to hang out with all my friends and sleep with them at a super fun camp. I would hate to see my younger siblings, Katie and Maddie, not being able to have that experience. I really hope that Outdoor Ed is not taken away from my younger siblings because I love them and I would never like to see them not have it. I love After Ed also because my friends get to go there with me, and it is a privilege that a lot of schools don't have. My friends and I had so much fun there, and I hope that people later on have it too. Thank you.
Thank you. I love our students' public speaking ability. This is amazing. Declan, followed by I don't know if that's Laura or Lana Lewis. Lana. Okay. Go ahead, Declan.
Hi, I'm Declan Shannon. I am an 8th grader at Pleasanton Middle School, and I heard about the budget cuts from my librarian, Miss Haggerty. I was very concerned when I heard about the cuts to it, because I have younger cousins that are coming to PMS next year, and I would hate for them to miss out on the experience that I had on the library. And it's just like a wonderful place that kids can go if they need to get away from people, or if they just need a quiet space to study, or just want to hang out with friends without the loudness or congestion of the quad. And I just think it's a great experience for kids, so I would hate to see it, the library get cut. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Declan. Lana? Is Lana here? Oh.
I'm going to try to do as good as the younger people. My name is Lana Lewis. I am here this evening as a parent and community member to speak in support of Mrs. Bass, who serves as a parent liaison. Mrs. Bass has worked and supported my family for over 5 years. My kids have been in this district for just as long. Since my son was in 2nd grade, during that time, she has been a constant source of professionalism, compassion, and dedication. She has gone above and beyond in her role, ensuring that every family who walks through PUSD doors feel welcome, informed, and supported. Her impact extends far beyond administrative duties. Mrs. Bass has played a vital role in maintaining strong communication between families and the school, assisting with student needs, and creating an environment where students feel valued and seen. She has consistently demonstrated the kind and commitment and care that strengthens our school and community and reflects the values this district stands for. I understand that difficult staffing decisions must sometimes be made. However, I would urge the board to consider not just this position, but all the positions, because the relationships, trust, and knowledge that come with not only Mrs. Bass, but all of the people who are affected by this. Replacing someone like Mrs. Bass is not simply a matter of hiring and firing. It would mean losing years of connection and experience that cannot be easily replicated. Our students and families have greatly benefited from her dedication.
You can finish up.
From her dedication, and her continued presence at PUSD would ensure that support remains consistent for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just told we have a couple other students within the pile here. So can we have Parker Harris next, please? Parker?
Hi, sorry, I had to do a little jog over here. Hello, Board President Mr. Brown, Board Trustees, Superintendent Geisels, and PUSD staff. My name is Parker Harris, and I'm currently a senior through PDA. That means most of my classes are online. And the one class that I'm not taking online is band. Band is the one place where I've always felt safe and have had a sense of community and support ever since 5th grade. I've been in marching band for all 4 years at Amador and in concert band for 6 semesters. Elementary school band is where I found my love and appreciation for music and where I found my place in band. Going to school on most days was rough, but going to band on Tuesdays in the afternoon when band was why I went to school on some days. The elementary school music program and the musicians there are the seeds of our PUSD music tree. Band and the band community has helped me heal in many ways, and my hope with elementary school band is that these kids can find their place just as I did and continue to pursue their best band lives. Please do not cut funding for this incredibly important program. I'm sure that there are kids in elementary school who have been waiting to be in their band program just as I did. And also, all of the incredible kids that are here, I just want to hear another hand for them because they're so incredible to be here today. Thank you all so much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Parker. Next up we have Marina, followed by Samantha Reigels.
Good evening. Last week, during the board's discussion, Trustee Jones proposed moving out of the current building and renting to bring additional revenue. But the board president dismissed the idea, saying it would be inconvenient. Well, I want to talk about inconvenience, because for us, the families, the teachers, and the kids living with the results of the decision, inconvenience has another meaning. Real inconvenience is having short days at school, is having 3 different pickup times, all shortened than we currently have. It's seeing teachers' hours cut, PE and science eliminated from 1 to 3rd grade, and staff being laid off. It's explaining to our kids why their routines feel disrupted and why their support systems are disappearing. Not because we ran out of ideas, but because the district ran out of willingness to act. That's the kind of inconvenience we're facing. And we have the power to act tonight. Councilor Mary Jo said she hopes the families and PPIE will step up again to fill up the gaps to cover another shortfall. But her kind of hope is convenient. Convenient for the board, for the cuts, and convenient avoiding accountability. Our hope is different. We hope you do your job. We hope that you take responsibility, even if it's uncomfortable. That you find courage to do the inconvenient thing, to restart this process and truly put the kids first. We don't expect perfection. We do expect integrity, and we do hope to find a long-term that we never have to fall in this situation again. Thank you so much. And please put the students first.
Thank you. Samantha?
Hi, good evening. My name is Samantha Regals, and I'm here on behalf of the Amador Friends of Music, and I would like you to reconsider and not cut the 5th grade music program. A quick anecdote. I have 2 kids. I don't have anybody in elementary school, so this isn't going to affect me personally, but I'm very passionate about it. Back when my kids were at Walnut Grove and they hit 5th grade, I said, hey, listen, pick an instrument. I don't care what it is. Just try this. And I said, please stick with it through 8th grade. Once you hit the end of middle school, if you don't want to do this anymore, that's okay. You can have free will in high school, but just try it. And now, if you fast forward to today, I've got 2 kids in the marching band at Amador. I got a senior. Thank you. My senior is in AP Music Theory. He wants to minor in music. My freshman, he plays the flute. He's considering picking up a 2nd instrument because he loves band so much that he actually is thinking about auditioning for winter percussion, a flute player, okay? He's also kind of thinking about auditioning for drum major, which is a very serious 3-year leadership commitment. And I'm here talking about this because the music program at our district has been such an incredible, thorough string through their lives that by the time you're a senior, if you start in 5th grade, you've been playing an instrument for 8 years, and that's kind of the longest experience that a kid has had. And finally, I also want to kind of piggyback a little bit about what Parker was saying about how this is a safe space. There are a lot of kids at Amador who are in the music program that actually eat their lunch in the band room, and it's because it's such a safe space for them, such a safe community. And for folks who are dealing with mental health issues, the music program is really, really important to them. So if you allow them to get started in 5th grade, it could be helpful their entire educational career. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, I have Aaron Maycraft and Stephen Corbalis.
We good? Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Aaron Haycraft. I spoke here last week. I have Annette from Walnut Grove, Stacy from Moore, and Alicia from Vintage Hills. It was mentioned at the previous board meeting that the proposed cuts to the elementary and middle school library media assistants would serve to bring us in line with the City of Pleasanton Library. It's true that the public library did have to close one day of the week due to budget constraints, Sundays to be specific. Closing that day denied library access to everyone in the city, including our students. Enacting this cut to our school libraries limits students' access even further. It would not surprise me if students are discouraged from reading altogether. Next year, students will not understand budget shortfalls and oversights. They don't understand how jobs and funding works because they're kids, nor should they have to be told why the librarian is not around. Those students will encounter a library that is locked and dark and assume that the LMA2s are not available for them, and that is unacceptable. Not only are the LMA2s a student-facing position, they are also community-facing. Parents and parent groups invest in our libraries because we've built that trust with them and deliver modern programming and books that their kids go home to share with their parents. Don't smash that relationship to pieces because we won't have the time to maintain it. With the current state our world is in, what kind of message does it send when we say we cannot afford to operate our schools' bastions of knowledge, of truth, the place that curates a student's curiosity? Libraries serve the entire campus. When it's raining outside, kids flock to the library. When kids want to get homework done, they head to the space literally designed for it. When they want to read something new and exciting, who do you think they ask first? And when a queer or questioning student is scared or feeling lost, where do they go for answers? The place they feel the safest. I strongly advise this board to remove the cuts targeting elementary and middle school LMA2s. This cut will punish our students and community. Just like it says here on my shirt, libraries are for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen?
Hello. I'll be reading this on behalf of the Hart Middle School librarian who could not be here this evening. At Hart Middle School, many of us call our school library the heart of Hart. Although the library is indeed located on the center of the campus, the meaning runs much deeper. In one of my annual library community building activities, students respond to the prompt, "I love my library because." Here's what those students had to say, and what we stand to lose. I love my library because it is a beautiful and diverse place of knowledge and peace. It's a place to gather with friends, before school, after school, and during lunch. I can get books to improve my reading skills. It is a place to expand our knowledge and learn about the world. It is a source of information and truth. It's a quiet and calm environment where I can read, learn, think, and work. It has all kinds of new, exciting, inclusive books, including ones that connect to my personality and my experiences. It is a safe space for when my life is rough. I get to work on my homework and have a quiet place to read. It's where I get my time to myself where I can relax. It has books that tell stories and help create a world for the mind. Everyone is so kind, and there is an abundance of stories waiting to be discovered. It is welcoming, warm, calm, cozy. a perfect place. The library is where I feel at peace. Our students view the library as a gathering space, a space for intellectual inquiry, and a safe space. They should never have to ask, if my school is open, why is the library locked and dark? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for respecting the 2-minute time. I know it's hard. Just before I move on, Christina, I know you wanted to talk about achievement gap. Okay, yeah, it just has to be as it relates to the budget. Please.
So I want to start by reading off the bold goals related to our strategic plan. This comes from the PUSD website. Number 1, all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or gender, will be proficient/advanced and college/career ready upon graduation. The data here in Pleasanton tells a different story. What the data tells us is that there are certain populations, certain student groups that are getting left behind here in PUSD. And the one that I'm referring to most specifically is our African American students. We educate every other student group far better than the state of California. However, we are educating our African American students just about as well as the state of California. And that is not okay with me and should not be okay with any of us. And so I would like for the community to be aware of this disparity in achievement. In addition to that, there are plenty of other metrics that we could look at, qualitative and quantitative, regarding the culture in this community surrounding some of those student groups. And certainly what happened at Amador last week is horrifying. And it makes me so sad that we've got kids in our community that have to be educated while also being the object of hate-motivated behavior. I've been talking with a lot of people in the community, including teachers, admin, parents, former teachers, about some innovative ideas that can help move the needle, and most importantly, can help this population of students see that they matter and we value them, and we are not going to turn a blind eye to the achievement gap and to the culture in the community that continues to further that. There are community resources that we can use that don't cost a lot of money. Retired teachers, local businesses, Las Positas College I spoke with, and they would be happy to help join us with this. You know, it's relationships and it's human connection that really make the difference. And the students in these groups, particularly our African American students, rely upon the parent liaison, the social worker. I promise I'm almost done. They rely upon the humans that they have formed a connection with. We need to put a scaffolding together that looks at culture, at intervention at all 3 levels of school. We need someone at the district office that can manage that and be committed to it. I hope that tonight you are bold in your choices. I hope that you remember that there is a whole group of students that does not feel valued, and therefore their parents don't feel valued. And I also just want you to think about the message it's going to send to the rest of the community. How you decide how the money is used, that reflects the values of this community. Please, please be bold in your choices, just like the goals are on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another student, Lenita? Okay. Do you want to just introduce her? You can speak right now.
Catherine?
Oh, maybe we need some help with the microphone there. You've got to admire the bravery of our kids.
Okay. Thanks. I am Catherine, Daphne's younger sister, and I'd like to talk about our school library. I really like it because, of the books. So there are many types of books, plus Harry Potter, my favorite, and you can do your homework there, but I've never done that before. Actually, and it's a nice quiet place, and you can have lots of fun, but you can't make too much noise, but yeah.
So that's why I want to save the library. And thank you for Miss Hanks, our librarian.
Thank you very much. All right. If anyone else has childcare constraints, please see Lenita. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going through the order. So next up, we've got Elisa Haggerty and Zanika Crenshaw. Okay.
Hi, good evening. And my name is Elisa Haggerty, Pleasanton Middle School Library. During the week of October 20th, one of our middle school libraries logged exactly 1,800 visits to the library. That's an average of 360 visits per day, or 55 students an hour. That's basically a student every minute in the library. So we're really proud to be that busy in our libraries because students know where to get their needs met. Last year, our elementary and middle school libraries circulated 187,497 books, a staggering figure. That number represents millions of reading minutes for our kids, somewhere in the ballpark of 10 million minutes. Please understand that our proposed library hours are not being reduced, they're being gutted down to 20 hours per week for elementary and middle school library sites. That's 3 days open, 2 days closed, every week. Of the many libraries I've reached out to in neighboring districts, this gutting would put us entirely out of their league. We project our book circulations will be effectively cut in half below the 10,000 mark. That represents up to a loss of 5 million reading minutes by our students. Here's what our students have to say about our libraries. This one is elementary. I love it when you read to our class. It reminds me of how fun reading is. Being surrounded by books makes me feel calm. I wouldn't trade anything for our school library. And on Halloween, a teacher brought me this note, which I'd like to read. Dear Ms. Haggerty, I want to thank you for fostering my favorite place in the world, the PMS library. It means a lot to me because it is my safe place where I have a lot of fun reading. Thank you for your brilliance, an 8th grade boy. A closed library 2 days a week is an inaccessible library. A locked library 2 days a week is a shuttered library to our most vulnerable. And a dark library 2 days a week tells our kids that they're on their own. So for our libraries, for all of us, thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Zanika, and then we have another student after that, Delphi.
Hello, everyone. I've been sitting over there trying to control my emotions because the fact that a person only gets 2 minutes to sit and fight for the way that they feed their family, that's hard for me. I've been in this district for 17 years, starting with doing FAD lessons, volunteering, watching the lunch table at Amador because the lunches were stolen. So I said, you know what? Get a job here. So that's what I did. I am the Amador Valley Wellness Center specialist. I sat and I listened to Ms. Gates talk about the similarities in your new wellness coach. It's so much more than just a billable hour. I spend my lunch, every single lunch, with my students. I don't get paid for that. I stay after school on Tuesdays and Thursdays like I did today and then rush here. I don't get paid for that because my students are struggling. I'm not a teacher, but outside of the teaching, they need more. Our children in this district, they have a need for mental wellness. It's not a billable hour. Before we can educate and correct, we have to connect. It's my connection. There's over 2,575 students at Amador, and I can guarantee you there's only 100 of them that I don't know by name. That's because I have that connection with my students. If my students are struggling, when I come in the morning, I don't just sit in the Wellness Center and wait for someone to come and tell me that they need a moment. I go to their classrooms. Teachers come to me, Ms. Crenshaw, our students are having issues. Can you help? Discipline issues because of my connection, not just with students, but with the teachers. I need my kids just as much as they need me. I love my students. In this district, it's so much more than just the new wellness coaches. Yes, it's a new program that you've implemented, a new program that you get money for, but they don't have the connection. Karina is the Foothill wellness coach. It's so important. We have 2,500 kids. How can one person manage that? We have almost 200 kids a day sometimes. One person can't do that. It takes more than one person. It takes the connection. Yes, you have your new wellness coach, but she's still learning her connections. After that grant is over in 10 months or whatever, what are we gonna do? Who's gonna be there to run our wellness centers? They need it. They need it. Today, we had our winter blood drive. A student who is a cutter, she went in to donate blood, and she was told she couldn't because of her past. I was coming out from donating blood, and she dropped in my arms and she said, Ms. Z, why? I'm such a failure because of what I've done. And I had to assure her, you're not a failure. We all have things that we go through, right? A counselor couldn't be there at that moment, but they need help. They're overexcessed with academic issues. They need the help. We need our wellness specialists. It's not just the coach. Like I said, in 10 months, where will they be? Thank you.
Thank you, Zanika. Could we have Dolphy Liang, please?
Let's see if we can move.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dolphy. I love classes, but if they are canceled, I can't have the classes. I just want to learn more. I love library, I love science, all of them. Even arts, but if I don't have them, I can't learn that much, then I can't be better than before then. I can't learn new things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, the board members. If we still have some time, I also want to share something.
Sure.
And my name is Fei Liu, and we are immigrant family from China. And you can see that the poster was made by Dolphy last night. So she really cares about it. And we are the family living in Pleasanton. We have 2 children. My son, Rogan, in 2nd grade, and my daughter, Dolphy, is here in 4th grade. First, I want to thank all of you and our teachers, staff, for your dedication during this very difficult budget period. We truly understand that these are not easy choices. I would like to share how these potential cuts to PE, art, and science would personally affect our families. My son absolutely loves sports, especially soccer. PE is a time when he loves art, when he learns teamwork and confidence. For Dolphy, she loves art and science, like she said. She often comes home excited to tell us scientific facts that even we as parents didn't know. So as parents, we are willing to help because we all want to keep Pleasanton School strong, inspiring, and full of opportunity for every child. Thank you very much for listening and for caring about our kids in Pleasanton. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, I have Kiru and Igor, followed by Ryan Kelly.
Hi, good evening. I'm here because the proposed cuts to science, band, library, and PE concerns me deeply. These programs aren't extra, they are essential. Cutting them will limit our kids' growth in so many ways. I have heard about the district's decreasing enrollment, but I don't see how cutting core programs will help address that. We have also discussed the high cost of living in Pleasanton. For me and also for many of us, that cost is justified by the quality of our schools. If these programs are reduced, families may find it harder to justify moving here. which could further decrease enrollment beyond the current projections. So I request that the board explore other alternatives before cutting such essential parts of our kids' education. If not, we will be in the same place next year with more cuts as enrollment may decline further with these. Finally, I also want to ask what more we as a community can do to help keep these programs in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Igor?
Dear PUSD Board, my name's Igor Ginsberg. I'm the parent of 2 Vintage Hills elementary students and 1 more that's not yet elementary age. My wife sent you a letter today with similar points that I'm going to make, signed by over 170 PUSD parents and counting. I can't believe you're considering cutting a 5th grade band and outdoor ed. These beloved and expensive programs are table stakes for any decent school district throughout the country. I had them growing up in Nebraska. My wife had them growing up in Sacramento. Dublin, San Ramon, and Livermore all have outdoor ed. Dublin and San Ramon even have both 5th and 4th grade band, and so do our kids' cousins in Chicago. PUSD is not the first school district in the country to deal with shrinking enrollment and should be able to do it without gutting beloved education programs. Priorities matter. You just spent most of the $30 million you got from selling the Neal property next to our neighborhood, paying off the purchase and renovation of a 2nd district office. Did we really need to buy a 2nd district office? Why wasn't that money spent to modernize student facilities to benefit students and improve retention? Can we prioritize students going forward, even if it, unfortunately, comes at the expense of district office employment? Young families have choices on where to settle in the Tri-Valley, and if PUSD can't figure out how to have a competitive offering, it will struggle to attract new students and retain current ones. We believe in public schools. Our family has donated generously to PPIE and our PTA over the years. We spent countless hours volunteering at our school. For example, this is the 4th year running that I'm there every Wednesday from 3 to 4 p.m. But there's no way we're going to send our daughters to an elementary school that has no outdoor ed or 5th grade band. Thank you.
Thank you, all right. Next up we have Ryan Kelly, followed by Natalie Dyer, and then followed by Stacy Holder.
Good evening, board members and members of the cabinet. My name is Ryan Kelly, Executive Secretary in Student Services and the CSEA President. As I was reading the responses to the follow-up questions on October 30th, there were a few answers that jumped out at me, which I know are incorrect. You don't have boots on the ground. It's not like you can observe and know what a day in the life is like for our CWAs, our HSAs, our RISs, our parent liaisons look like. Excuse me. Let's look at our elementary and middle school site techs. For example, even though there is a ticketing system in place, it doesn't mean that they don't get interrupted or stopped walking down the hallway by their admins, teachers, and students. What happens if an elementary site tech gets pulled away to their 2nd site for an emergency? The middle school site techs step in to help and assist with coverage. However, due to the answers on H1.2 and wanting to cut the hours for the middle school techs, if site techs are required to work only during school hours or possibly instructional hours, when does that give them time to do their tickets that they've accrued during the day? Also, again, not throwing accusations, but what are you basing your knowledge on feedback forms from a manager who doesn't engage in a day-to-day process or may not have accurate information on what their daily schedules are like or may look like? Now, let's change focus just a little bit and look at our custodians. What is a custodial AB or ABC schedule? Well, either of these haven't been in use for over 20 years. Custodians use a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule, which is consistent of floors, vacuuming, restrooms, health and safety. There is also a Tuesday, Thursday schedule, which includes health and safety, garbage, fixing lights, repairing desks and windows, as well as a few others. It takes 45 minutes just to clean a pod of restrooms at Leidixon, and they are down a 0.4 FTE custodian. You want to reduce another 4 FTE custodians at the elementary sites, let alone 1.5 at middle schools. Logically, how do you think these sites are going to be cleaned during the day, let alone have a night crew to do those cleanings as well? During the pandemic, custodians and site techs were viewed as essential. Now, you want to make cuts to one of our most essential job families? I implore you, put your boots on the ground. Do the hard work. Open your eyes to the day in the life of our CWAs, our HSAs, our RISs, parent liaisons, site techs, custodial staff, as well as many others. You have heard me say it before, loud and clear, no more cuts to classified. Thank you.
Okay. Due to childcare needs, we're going to interrupt the order slightly. It's Wendy? Okay, can we have Wendy up and then we'll go to Natalie? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Wendy. I'm a concerned parent regarding the plan to phase out health assistants in elementary schools, specifically in Fairlands. My daughter, Gia, is a student at Fairlands that has type 1 diabetes. Ms. Javier has played an essential role in ensuring Gia's safety and well-being throughout the school day. Ms. Javier is when the first person to respond during a medical emergency. She consistently monitors and assists Gia with her blood sugars, the level, addressing both highs and lows with care and professionalism. Her presence provides not only crucial medical support, but also peace of mind for me as a parent, knowing that my daughter is in capable hands while in school. Phasing out health assistants like Ms. Javier would have a serious and potentially dangerous impact on students with chronic illnesses, particularly those with conditions that require immediate attention, such as this type 1 diabetic child. The absence of trained health personnel could place the children's lives at risk and increase anxiety for both the students and the parents. I strongly urge you to reconsider this decision and to recognize the invaluable role that health assistants play in maintaining the safety, health, and emotional well-being of our students. The dedication and the compassion is irreplaceable, and her position is essential to the school community. Thank you for taking this time to consider this matter seriously. I hope the district will continue to prioritize the health and safety of all students by retaining the health assistants in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Natalie?
Hello, my name is Natalie Dyer, and I'm here today as an elementary science specialist to discuss the critical, irreplaceable importance of maintaining our 1st through 5th science program. I would like to highlight 5 key aspects of the program. Number 1, every student in my school will spend years in my classroom because I teach every student in the school. I am in a unique position to track their growth across years, academically and emotionally. We are the constant teachers in the elementary journey, allowing us to identify needs and track learning trends over time. Number 2, science is fun. Maybe I should have started with that one. The simplest point is often the most powerful. The students love it. Seriously, they stop me in the hallway every single day to say, "Do we have science today?" Or to tell me it's their favorite class. This program is a vital source of joy and excitement for learning in our schools. Number 3, real-world equity and access. While some families have the means to provide paid enrichment, our Science Specialist program is the only opportunity many of our disadvantaged students have for authentic, hands-on scientific experiences. I have seen a child touch a seashell for the first time in my class, witness the awe of students making their own clouds, and celebrated the pride of building a working flashlight from scratch. If this program is cut, these invaluable, inspiring moments will be lost, and the equity gap will widen. Number 4, we are the foundation of the STEM pipeline. My experience as an engineer and then a teacher and a mother confirms that without a dedicated hands-on elementary program, science often becomes marginalized until middle school. We are building the critical pipeline for future scientists and engineers right now in the earliest grades. I have taken real pride in working for a district that has historically championed this robust foundation. We cannot afford to dismantle it now. Number 5, what we provide cannot be replaced. Our general education teachers are incredible, but they are already managing incredibly demanding curricula without enough time. Removing the science specialist would inevitably lead to the loss of inquiry-based hands-on lab experiences, the very core of deep science understanding. My colleagues and I possess a rare combination of specialized scientific knowledge and passion for early childhood education that cannot simply be absorbed by the classroom teacher's already full plate. Please, I urge you to think about our students. The choice to retain this program is a choice to invest in the future readiness, equitable opportunities, and a deep engagement of every student. Thank you.
Stacy?
Good evening. My name is Stacy Holder. I'm the science specialist at Fairlands Elementary. You'll have to forgive my voice. I talk for a living and lost my voice. So I teach science to about 600 first through fifth graders every week. And as Natalie mentioned, these are kids that I've seen grow up. So, you know, and as they come through my room, they're building their understanding of how the world works. But I want to break this down to something a little bit different. Our kids need the maximum number of adults around them who know their names, who aren't behind the scenes looking at data, but the ones that are in front of them. Because learning is not just academic, it's human. Every specialist, science, PE, music, library, tech, health aides, all of us on campus, we are one other caring adult who just might be the one that the child needs. I once had a student who spent only 6 months in my lab as a fifth grader. I noticed she was new to our school and to our district. She was a bit shy, so I encouraged her to apply for my highly regarded after-school critter club, which, yeah, it's a glorified name for the kids who come and clean animal cages. But anyway, so I hired her, and years later, after her first year at MIT, she came back to tell me she chose MIT, she chose a path in STEM career because of knowing me for 6 months. What? I was floored. It wasn't because of the science content, it was just because of she felt capable, she felt heard, she felt seen. We have students of all types that come through our classrooms, and we never know which one it is that we're really going to make a difference for. That's what us periphery people do on campus. We notice, we connect, we celebrate, we care. In doing so, we help kids love learning and even love coming to school. Our content is important, yes, but the fact that we are caring humans who see our kids is even more important. So when we talk about budget cuts, here's a test. If someone's absence requires a substitute, guess what? That's an essential person who's essential to our kids. Whether we're talking about a health aide, a PE teacher, a music teacher, our vice principals, when these people are absent, our kids feel it. That's what we need to consider here. We need to make cuts far from kids because If one science specialist can make a difference for one of our PUSD girls in her life in 6 months, imagine what 9 of us could do. Yes, I said 9, not 8. 9 of us could do in 5 years. Pleasanton students deserve our best. Let's keep doing what we do best, teaching, connecting, and inspiring every student every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Sherilyn Boris, Stephen Dutra, and Sarah McClyman. Apologies in advance if I mispronounce anyone's names.
Good evening. I come with good news. We're not balancing a 5th grade budget. We're balancing a school district budget, pardon my voice, and beginning band and strings in 5th grade saves the district money. For example, just Harvest Park has 440 students, which costs us 1.5 FTE. And if you got rid of those teachers, it would take about 3 FTE to serve that many students. So the saving at middle school alone covers the cost of 5th grade band and strings, and those students wouldn't be in the program if they hadn't been inspired. We had 111 6th grade signups at Harvest Park alone this year. But wait, there's more. Because Pleasanton has 2 other middle schools and 2 high schools where the classrooms are jam-packed. Get it? Jam-packed. They're jamming. Beginning band was added to the school day in Pleasanton in 1986, and I know this because I was one of the students that signed up for band that year. As the students that started in elementary school went through the grades, the band size swell. Here you can see the Amador Marching Band before 5th grade band was part of the school day. And the next picture shows, come on now, look at that. The Amador Band after, when those kids had graduated. Thank you. While we want thriving music, the important thing to note is all the FTE you guys will save. Notice there are no strings pictures from the 1980s because there was no strings program until the year 2000. So PUSD is benefiting from the strings program as well since then. Last thing, just last week, 125 of our 5th graders and their parents voluntarily came to one of our high five nights. This is a night when high schoolers tutor 5th graders on their instruments. Get it? High five, high schoolers, 5th graders. The high schoolers get senior service hours. These kids that you see here, this is just the trombone room. There were 9 rooms. This is one of them. They got no extra credit for coming. They got no extrinsic reward. There was no Halloween candy or anything like that. They were there just because they want to be there, because music creates an instant family. Yes, it doesn't take long to figure out that saving 5th grade instrumental music is a win for everyone.
Thank you. Stephen and then Sarah.
Good evening. Two items. My name is Steve Dutra. I have 2 daughters at Valley View. I'm also an economist, budget and finance professional in the public sector, and been reviewing, looking at the budget for PUSD, seeing what the impact of everything is, seeing what the board has done over the last 5 years, what the staff has done, and it seems that you guys had a lot of trouble. And so I think next year I'm going to be running for the board. That's not my first point. My first point is looking at the list of line items that are up for discussion that you guys are voting for to cut. And first look at it, I was pretty disappointed in it. It showed a pretty lack of creativity. It was almost as if ChatGPT was asked, produce a list of items that you would normally cut to balance a school district's budget. And so I'm asking, maybe the board needs to look to the staff to produce a better list. Look back at it, push the list, push them a little bit harder on being more uncomfortable at the things that they look at, things that they haven't looked at before, things that impact them and or staff that's under them. Everything needs to be on the table. Second point is austerity is hard. From the documents here, the staff, they say they've been doing things, but really the reserve budget has been buying time and is now depleted, and now we have to do this big cut. And a lot of good people are going to lose their jobs, it looks like, and a lot of services that are really important to our kids are going to have to be cut, and that's really unfair to the kids. It's really going to impact their lives. It's going to really impact the lives of good people. And it's a failure of the board and of the staff. And I implore you guys to really push the envelope of everything you can do, the items on the list, redo them, relook at them, add more, because PUSD shouldn't be a failure for the kids. So.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up, we have Sarah. Thank you. And then after that, we've got Cameron Muldren and Chris Rogg. Go ahead, sir.
Dear Board and Dr. Geisels and the rest of the district staff that is here, which seems to be multitudinous. I'm a parent of two PUSD students who participate in fifth grade, who in the past have participated in fifth grade music. My daughter played trombone, my son is playing trumpet. He was an all-state jazz trumpet player twice. I'm also in my 9th year as a music teacher at Hart Middle School, where I've taught band, strings, jazz, and choirs. My husband has also worked in the district for 6 years. I'm very concerned about the proposal to cut the 5th grade music program, as well as the sudden way that it was introduced in the November 6th budget options. It did cause a lot of confusion among parents. For the first time, we're seeing these budget cuts at this meeting. I know there's extensive research that shows how learning music develops the brain. It is extremely challenging, rigorous to learn a musical instrument or to learn to sing. And it engages all parts of the brain. Many school districts do start music in 4th grade. We start music in 5th grade. Moving this to 6th grade would put our students at a disadvantage, not only musically, and I do care about that, but denying the holistic education that I believe students deserve. I've had several parents report that music class is the sole reason their child wants to attend school. We do have some students who have made deals to come to music class when it is very difficult for them to attend the rest of the school day. I have had a few examples of that. I noticed that students do feel safe and supported in the music class, and it's an outlet for their creative expression and their emotional expression, which I think is very important right now. I'd also like to add that Jason Boris is a miracle worker at the 5th grade level. My classes are usually 50 students, but he usually has 70 or more students. Also, the instrument inventory that he deals with is astonishing, and just the size of the program that he runs, along with the strings teacher, Mr. Padroni. I assume you're also planning to cut strings, although that is not clearly stated in the slides. You might want to go back and look at the slides if you're not aware that we have a strings program in the 5th grade, as well as a band program program. The strings program is through the roof right now. Our strings numbers at Hart Middle School are growing by leaps and bounds. Please think about ways to keep the cuts away from the students. I'm appalled by the size of the directory at the district office. I think I'll stop there.
All right. So we have another 14 requests to speak, so if we could try to do our best. I know it's really tough, but if we could try to keep to the 2 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Cameron Muldrow. I am the strings teacher over down at Hart Middle School. I know that I'm recently new to this district, but I just want to share a few of my concerns as well. So I walked into what I would call a gold standard of a music program, not just in my school, but as a district. I would almost compare it to one of the most beautiful rose bushes that I've ever seen. To see even Amador Valley High School's band program be able to play at the Midwest Conference twice in the past decade is something that I have never seen in any other school program across the nation, not just in the greater West Coast area. Alongside that, cutting the 5th grade music program is essentially cutting that rose bush at the root and placing it in a vase. Yes, it looks pretty. Yes, we sound good for 5 years, but after that 5-year period, or even less, our program will be damaged irreparably. It is a foundational and exponential life skill to have, and cutting it at 5th grade will ruin our program across the entire district. It's not just the idea of, oh, we sound good and we, make the district look good at certain events. It's also teaching collaboration skills, fine motor skills, leadership skills, time management, goal setting. It is not just simply playing notes in the correct time. And alongside that, let's talk about the social and emotional impact as well. I'm just going to be a little bit anecdotal for myself. I grew up in Danville. I grew up, 20 minutes up in the music programs myself. I'm a violist. I still play. In February, I got a call in 4th period at Hart that my father passed away suddenly at 63 years old. And the only thing that was able to keep me out of that the darkest path and the darkest time of my life that I will ever experience, witnessing the death of my father and then my grandfather just 30 days after, the only thing that could bring me out of that experience was music. The only thing that gave me a sense of control over what felt like my entire life being upended was music. Robbing these students of this experience is not only robbing them of foundational skills, but also foundational life experiences. Please do not ruin our program. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, and then after that, Beth Thompson.
Good evening, trustees and cabinet. My name is Chris Ragg, and I'm here representing the integration specialist team. 1.0 being cut from our team will be difficult to absorb, but we also understand the financial situation our district is in and the need to right size. However, last week, when getting rid of the entire board was brought up for discussion, we knew we'd have to come speak. To be clear, we're not here to advocate for ourselves personally, but for a role that we know adds both tremendous value to our district and, more importantly for our discussion tonight, saves money. Staff has already spoken to about PD that we've already brought in-house to save money that was previously spent on outside vendors, but we're going to look into next year as well. Our team is leading major initiatives like the elementary ELA and secondary math adoptions, and without us, vendor-led implementation PD can cost between $100,000 and $200,000 per year per program, which is up to $400,000 next year. And that amount alone can fund 3 integration specialists who would not only deliver that same PD, but provide sustained classroom follow-up, in-person coaching, and ongoing support that vendors simply can't offer. And that's only a fraction of what we do. Throughout the year, we plan and lead district-wide professional learning, support new teachers, organize cross-school learning walks, and more. We also work closely with district administrators to align our district vision and to make sure that the teacher voice is represented in district-level conversations and decisions. Beyond the big projects, we handle countless smaller but essential tasks every day to help our teachers, from Synergy and M-Class to in-class support for folks who are struggling with classroom management. Why pay for outside vendors who can't help with all these day-to-day details, don't have relationships with our teachers, can't represent our teachers in district-wide decisions, and cost more? Thanks for your time and your continued support of teachers and instructional improvement in Pleasanton.
Thank you. Beth. And then after that, I've got Sujin and then Hannah Koning.
Good evening. Last week, I stood at this podium and spoke to you about trust and accountability. This week, I would like to focus on the issue of trust. After the last meeting, I asked the board a series of questions, including why timetable cuts wouldn't be detrimental to our children's education, especially in light of the fact that almost every parent in the district received a lovely little timetable detailing how every minute that a child is late to school is detrimental to their learning. No one has been able to provide a clear answer on why cuts to the timetable would not be detrimental. And in fact, this is symptomatic of a greater issue, one in which many of us have had. It's that when we ask a question about a range of issues, a lot of the time the answers we get are, I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. At this stage, when you are here making your decisions, weighing your options, if you do not know what the impacts are, how can we trust that you are doing the right thing? I'm also acutely aware that when one board member proposed a revenue-generating measure at last week's meeting, it was dismissed as inconvenient. So I ask you, why is your convenience more important than our children's education and our community's livelihoods? At this late stage, lack of concrete answers combined with casual dismissals is not just disappointing, it is the opposite of building trust. So tonight, I'm not asking for answers. I'm asking for leadership. Leadership that prioritizes students over convenience. Leadership that earns trust through actions, not through pretty words. If this board truly believes in the value of education, then I would like you to prove it. Show us that you're willing to protect it, even when it's hard. Show us that you're willing to rethink, revise, and respond, and not retreat behind uncertainty and dismissal. Because our children deserve better, and our community demands better. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Sujin, Hannah, and then Laura Martinez.
Good evening, board and cabinet members. My name is Sujin Huang. I am the former president of Amador Friends of Music and the founder and former president of Harvest Park Music Boosters. And I am here, obviously, to talk about the fifth grade instrumental music program. I am against cutting this excellent program. We've already discussed the importance of music, our award-winning middle school and high school music programs. And again, I have to mention the award-winning elementary school instrumental music teacher, Jason Boris. We already have a fantastic music program, and we talked about value of education, but also marketability. The music program is one of the marketability assets that are bringing people to Pleasanton as well as PUSD. That could be confirmed with realtors. So that's a point for you to consider when thinking about gutting the fifth grade music program. Now, discussing about the budget line item. The budget line item for the fifth grade instrumental music program has a price tag of $180K and an impact that is noted as simply impact to students interested in instrumental music and access to band-related music activities. The impact of cutting the fifth grade instrumental music program is more than that. It is going to, we've already, our Hart Middle School teachers have already discussed the impact that it will have. I just wanted to add some numbers. I asked the middle school and high school music teachers how many students are going to be impacted. So at the elementary school, Mr. Boris said that there are currently 798 fifth graders enrolled in fifth grade music, instrumental music. That is more than 80% of the fifth grade class. That means one or two kids, except for one or two kids, most fifth graders are electing to take fifth grade instrumental music. There are currently 1,165 students involved in middle school that are taking instrumental music. That's 37%. There are 820 high schoolers taking high school music. And so my point here is saying no to fifth grade instrumental music is you saying no to the fifth graders, is you saying no more to future middle school and high schoolers, and for you to say no to future Pleasanton residents and students. So again, please say no to cutting fifth grade instrumental music. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have Hannah, and we have another child care request. So after that, before Laura, we'll do Nilima Tante. So go ahead, Hannah.
Hi, everybody. I'm just going to make an emotional appeal to you guys and be very honest, probably the most honest I've ever been since moving to this district. Me and my husband moved here when we were 21 and 22 with our kids, very young for this area, and we chose the dream of putting our kids in a PUSD school. We worked 4 jobs between us, didn't buy a house, did at one point, but it was a condo, and put ourselves in a situation where we scraped and we saved and we sacrificed to make sure that our kids could be in this school district with these teachers, with our principals. We got to the point where I was able to get involved in your schools, and I was a PTA president and I was a treasurer, and I went to bat for kids. I made sure that we had money. I made sure that when we were in COVID and we did Lancer Lend a Hand at Leidixon so that we could do Christmas gifts for families who couldn't afford it. I didn't take money from that. We did what we needed to do for the kids that really needed it. And we got to the point, I thought, where now we are successful in a town, and we did it, and we got our kids in a school system where they could thrive. We didn't have to go back to Tennessee, where we were from, where all of my nephews don't have PE teachers. They're in a building for the entire day, and they call it a jail. My kids love school. They talk about their PE teacher, and they talk about their science classes and their music classes, and Miss Margie and Miss Carey and Miss Lyons and Mr. Berg, and I get to look at what our sacrifices did for them, and I'm just seeing it ripped away from them. I am asking you guys to go to bat for my kids like I went to bat for all of the other kids in this district at Leidixon. I am begging you to take a hard look and let the buck stop here. We've been overspending for years. It's not fair that parents who have sacrificed so much, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one that has sacrificed to be in this district and have our kids here. I have heard parents, I've been on the walks with moms who are considering pulling their kids out because they just want their kids to have, they have sacrificed, their husbands have sacrificed, single moms have sacrificed to have their kids at PUSD, and it's not worth it if we're going to strip our safety nets away and our teachers away. I am asking you, go to bat for my kids, please.
Thank you, Hannah. Nilima?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nalima Tandy, and I'm the Reading Intervention Specialist at Hurst Elementary School. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of all the elementary RIS staff across our district. We understand the difficult decisions you face in balancing budgets, but I'm here to urge you, please do not eliminate or reduce the reading intervention support specialist positions. These roles are not just another line item. They represent direct daily support for students who struggle the most with reading, students who often face learning differences, language barriers, or interrupted learning. Every day we provide targeted, evidence-based instruction that helps children catch up and, more importantly, build them confidence, fluency, and a love for reading. The loss of these positions would be felt immediately in classrooms, in assessment, and most painfully in the faces of children who start to believe they just can't do it. When we invest in early reading intervention, we are not just improving test scores, we are changing life trajectories. We are preventing years of frustration, disengagement, and lost potential. Eliminating these roles would undermine the district's mission of equity and access for all learners. Let's not allow our most vulnerable readers to fall through the cracks. Keep reading intervention support specialists in our elementary school, because literacy is the foundation of every child's future. Thank you for your time, and please remember, Pleasanton students deserve the best. Thanks.
Thank you. Laura? After Laura, I have Adam Fromm and Cheryl Pacheco.
Good evening. So I just want to address the discussion around right-sizing classified staff. Over the last few years, we've been very intentional about how we staff our programs, especially in special education. For a long time, the district spent a significant amount contracting services for paraeducators and registered behavior technicians. To be more cost-effective and provide consistency for students, we made the shift to bring those services in-house by hiring our own paras and RBTs. These positions are not extras. They are required to keep the district in compliance and to ensure the students receive the services outlined in their IEPs. So yes, those numbers increased for classified staff, but that increase reflects compliance and direct student need, not overstaffing. If you separate those compliance-related positions, you will see that our other classified groups have already taken the hits over the past 2 years, and we are not inflated, we are stretched thin. Now we are talking about eliminating entire classifications at some school sites and directly support students, such as the health services assistants, the reading intervention support specialists, and these are the people who make sure students are safe, cared for, and academically supported every day. Removing them does not right-size our schools. It erodes the essential services students depend on. There are other classified reductions being recommended right now that simply do not make sense. I know this is a difficult time, and I understand the hard decisions that are needed to be made, but this does not have to become another devastating round of cuts to classified staff like we have seen in the past. And while we are talking about resources and priorities, we also need to talk about our facilities. The community voted to invest in our schools through the bond measures and to add the classrooms, labs, and new learning spaces. That added square footage is something we should have all be proud of, but those new and expanded spaces are not self-cleaning, they're not self-maintaining or self-securing. It is our classified staff who keep those facilities clean, safe, and ready to receive students and the community every single day. It is our technology staff who make sure that those buildings stay connected and functional so that teachers can teach and students can learn. At the same time, we are talking about renting out our facilities to generate revenue, yet cutting the very people who make those spaces usable and welcoming. You cannot have one without the other. When classified staff are reduced, the work does not go away. It just lands on fewer shoulders. That leads to burnout, safety issues, and higher costs from injuries, turnover, and lost efficiency. Classified staff are not overhead. We are the infrastructure that allows the district to operate, the foundation for student success, safe campuses, and community engagement. If we truly want to honor the community's investment and keep our schools strong, we must protect the people who keep them running. Classified employees show up every day to make sure this district functions. We are the ones who open the doors, care for the students, support the teachers, maintain safety, and keep learning moving forward. This leadership has an opportunity to do things differently, to value the people who make the district work, to plan responsibly, and to protect the services that matter most to students. You can choose to do better, because in the end, doing better for our staff is doing better for our students. After all, that is why we are all here. Thank you.
All right. Next we have Adam, Cheryl, and then Eric.
Good evening, board members and district leadership. My name is Adam Fromm, and I'm speaking as a parent of 2 children currently in Donlin Elementary School. I understand the district is facing serious budget pressures and that difficult cuts have to be made. However, I'm very concerned that many of the proposed reductions directly target programs that shape our students' daily educational experience, including early grade science, PE, and many others that people have so passionately advocated for tonight. Cutting these foundational programs sends the wrong message and risks worsening the very problem we're trying to solve. Declining enrollment is already a challenge, and if families feel the quality of education is slipping, more will look for alternatives, which only deepens the funding gap. After reviewing PUSD's own financial documents and state filings, I noticed that the district's spending on certain operational expense categories, particularly SACS codes 5100 and 5800, is substantially higher than districts of similar size like Dublin Unified. These include things that sub-agreement services and professional/consulting services, which together represent millions of dollars more than what Dublin spends. Yet the proposed cuts to operational expenses only reduce this amount by $780,000. I believe parents deserve to understand where those consultant and service dollars are going before we consider any deep cuts to student-facing programs. I urge the board to increase transparency by publicly itemizing spending in these categories and to explore additional reductions in non-instructional areas before eliminating core learning experiences for our youngest students. Thank you for your time and for your continued service to our schools and community.
Staff, if you could follow up with Adam if he has specific questions on those. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl Pacheco, head counselor at Amador Valley High School. Tonight I have with me an alpha counselor from Foothill High School, Heather, and the support counselor from Foothill, Solana. Jen Yu was here earlier but had another commitment. So I was just coming to let you know that counselors support students with their academics, college and career readiness, and social emotional. To lose one full-time counselor from Amador and Foothill will have a significant impact on our students, and our students need their counselors. Pleasanton students deserve the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Next up, I have Eric Schreier, and followed by Sidarshan, and then Carrie.
Thank you for letting me speak. I know none of us wants to be here under these circumstances. Actually, I just learned about the possible cut of the Library Media Assistant 3 position at Amador. I was on a field trip with the GSA. We were visiting the GLBT History Museum, and so it was kind of a shock to me. But hopefully I can represent sort of my perspective of the situation. I think that it's really not a good decision to cut the Library Media Assistant 3 position because the person who's working there, Don Chatham, actually helps generate money for the district. We are a one-to-one school district, right? So each student has a Chromebook, and the students carry the Chromebooks in their backpacks. They get tousled around all of the time, and damage happens. All right. Dawn is always repairing broken screens or other Chromebook issues. She also helps new students getting set up by issuing a new device or setting up a password. She does this so our computer tech on campus can actually put out fires in the classrooms and support teachers in that way. Dawn helps to maintain the resources that the district has already invested in, like textbooks. This year, Dawn has started reaching out to students to make sure that the district's textbooks are returned. The library in general actually has supported this effort. In 2022, 2023, 2024, the library collected over $4,000 for textbooks. So we're there to support the district for the total cost of operations, right? We just can't give a device and expect it to last. I mentioned that I was on a field trip. That was possible because I had a team who could run the library to keep it safe for the students who were there. Okay. I also want to advocate for the elementary librarians and the middle school librarians. They pour their hearts into their programs. They are overseeing collections that are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, so it's also a financial issue. What happens to these collections if the libraries are closed for 2 days a week? Besides being an issue of the love of learning, keeping the hours of the library assistants is a good financial decision as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sudarshan?
Hi, my name is Sudarshan. I have 2 kids in the district, one in elementary and one in high school. I'm going to be brief, not pull a Cory Brooker and delay the vote. This moment is not supposed to be taken lightly. Pleasanton families, including mine, moved here knowing that these schools are among the best in the state. Many parents spend hours each day in trains and in traffic so that their children can attend these schools. They make the sacrifice because they believe in this district. We believe in this district, its excellence, its stability, and the quality of the teachers and the staff. These cuts shake at the heart of that belief. Reduction to science, PE, music, and the combination classes for 4th and 5th grade are all devastating to elementary schools. I have a 1st grader, and I don't know how I could basically have a chat with her and tell her that she's getting the same kind of education that her elder sister got. For many immigrant families, this is the first time that we are sending our kids to school in this country. We don't fully understand the maze of public school funding. They simply trust that the board is going to do the right thing. That trust is sacred, and that's what used to make this community special. There is a crisis of confidence in this board. People want to know, not only want to know what just happened, but we want to know how to move forward, sustainably, creatively, and decisively. Whether it's, I want you guys to think really hard about preserving these programs, keep the cuts far away from the kids, explore new item heads like parcel tax, new partnerships, or innovative funding ideas. But I urge you to lead with courage, conviction, and transparency. The community is there to help, but we have to take the cue from you. Lead with transparency, accountability, compassion, inclusion, and vision, and we can rally behind you. Keep the cuts far away from the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carrie Abdur and then Evan Browning.
Good evening. I wanted to come up here and speak as a parent in PUSD. I have 3 kids here, ranging 2nd grade to a senior in high school. But I actually feel like now I have to defend my job once again as an HSA at Hart Middle School. I want to clear up any confusion about what HSAs do, because it's apparent to me that some of you are confused. All of us are trained in CPR, first aid, AEDs, EpiPen administration, diabetics, and other medications required by students. Some of us come from medical backgrounds. I myself was a paramedic. We also have a registered dietitian and have had certified medical assistants as well who take these jobs. I have emailed multiple times in support of HSAs to all of you. I have only gotten 3 replies back. Not one person has questioned what I do. Not one person has come after being offered to any health office in this district to see what we do. Secretaries are supposed to take over what HSAs do. Let me be clear. Elementary, middle, and high school secretaries are not trained in diabetic emergencies and or any medication administration. They do not do our clerical work, such as immunization checks. Think of this. A student with a seizure disorder comes to the health office and starts seizing. Secretaries are not trained to administer seizure medications. A diabetic who is hypoglycemic is brought to the health office but unable to talk because their blood sugar is too low. Will our secretaries know what to do in that instance? You want to take away positions and assume other people in the office can do those jobs. So I propose to you that you cut one person from somebody in the equivalent to your office, and then you guys can do the work of everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Next up, we have Abdur and Evan. After that, I have no other speaker cards, so this will be your last opportunity to give any to Lenita.
Hello, my name is Abdur Rahman. I grew up in Bangladesh. I studied music my whole life. I went to university for 15 years. I care about music, that's why I'm here. So I grew up in Bangladesh. That means they are developing country. They are trying to add music, and most like world famous, like whoever dreamed for it. I'm an immigrant. I came here and I heard about music. They're cutting the root, like elementary music. That unbelievable for me. That's why I am here. Just I wanted to say I came here to beg you and request you, please do not cut elementary music program. And I studied, I love music, and my kids are in this district. They love music. They go to school only for music. Mr. Boris, my son, he loves music because of him. He introduced music to him. He plays trumpet. That's why he's here. So, and also I was a classified worker. I studied music. I used to work at Tokyo University of the Arts, and I moved here, and then I am just work for PUSD, and then now I just heard it, so I just came to say, I beg you and please do not cut the music program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Evan Branning, APT President.
Sorry, it takes a little while to walk across this room. My name is Evan Branning. I'm your APT president. It is a pleasure to be here tonight. I know you face many challenges in front of you, and there's nothing I can say that I will be able to say better than the parents and educators and our service staff who came before us. APT and CSEA educators came to talk about the impacts of their jobs directly, what it means if their positions are cut, and what the impacts will be on our students. Our parents talked about the programs. Our students came up and spoke about the effects on them directly. I'm very concerned about the impacts that have been presented to you as a board in the documents that have been in the board documents. I think it is important that you listen to the people who are directly serving our students, who are directly working with them day to day. They've told you what the impacts actually will be. They are the experts. They're the ones who see what happens every day. They're the ones who are coming to plead with you to make sure to keep the cuts as far away from our students and their education, because they only have one chance at learning. They only have one chance at a quality education. Pleasanton should and is an absolute destination district. It should maintain that status, and the changes that we are proposing will make us an above average district. Is that what we want to be? I hope you will listen to the parents and educators and everyone who works with our students who has come before us, consider this, and look deeper at the assumptions that the district has given you. I question them when I hear statements such as the absolute minimum is $11 million, which includes a 10% contingency, a 5% contingency for declining enrollment, and a 5% contingency for a lower COLA. All of those contingencies don't sound like an absolute minimum to me. If we can't trust a simple statement such as that, can we trust all of the other analysis, or should we listen to the parents in our community first? Because Pleasanton students deserve the best.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for all the speakers that we've had tonight. We do listen. We do appreciate the public input. If there's no other speakers, I'm going to close the public comment for tonight. Okay. Closing the public comment for tonight and bringing it back to the board. I would suggest that we start with the spreadsheet. Marta, did you want to drive and direct?
Whatever you prefer.
If you don't mind.
Okay,
Sorry.
sure.
Point of order, Trustee Brown. Can we take a 5-minute break before we?
That's fine. All right. So we will resume at 7:51, 52, around that. Thank you. We're good. All right. I'll bring it back to the board. As I mentioned earlier, because I know a lot of people are eager to provide the public comment, if we can, I'd prefer to address the incremental items that staff covered as we sort of get through that. From a process perspective, I mean, our goal, as Superintendent Castro mentioned, we have to make some decisions tonight. I don't know if we're going to make all the decisions tonight, but the goal of the weighting exercise that we went through was to try to normalize and understand some of the trade-offs that we need to do. From a process perspective, we can either go through the ones that we put in the one column and review any questions, clarifications that we had on any of those items. And then if we want, we could consider a board action around those before proceeding to the others. How does the board want to proceed? Are we all in agreement? Okay. All right. So go ahead, Namarta.
Sorry, President Brown. The additional items that were added to the list since last week, the plan was for staff to very quickly speak to those, maybe 5 minutes before getting into the exercise, that you would know what those items are. Are you still interested in doing that?
I thought we went through that with the slides earlier.
The slides earlier were the responses to the questions. Some of them would have covered these items, but there's a couple of items that didn't get discussed.
Okay, that's fine.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, and those new items are highlighted in purple on the list. So we'll start with Mr. Dialazo.
Thank you, Ms. Graywall. So I'll start with the first one, President Brown and trustees. So this position is a unique position. Getting back to what I said about management positions, we took direction from the board to look at other management positions that we could possibly reclassify or reduce. This particular position is the senior director for the SELPA, and that's the Special Education Local Planning Area. And so that decision was actually voted on and approved by the SELPA Governance Board. And just for context, a separate board made up of board members from each of the 6 districts that are part of the SELPA. I presented with my team this reduction option, and that board approved this reduction. So I'm presenting it to our board because there is impact to our financial situation. This is the portion that is for Pleasanton, again, through a calculation from the 6 entities within the SELPA. So that's this position.
Okay, so the 1,600 is specific to Pleasanton, though, correct?
Only, correct. And it's a portion of the 6.
Okay. Any questions on that item? Okay, keep going.
Thank you. The next item is item E4, and that is similar to the item I just presented. This is a classified staff title Account Specialist 1, and you can see the reduction there that was also approved by the SELPA board, and that is the portion for Pleasanton, the portion of the 6 other districts. That's our portion for our budget reduction.
So the item H4, we had originally brought back increasing the
the rates for copy services by 50%, and that would have yielded about a $72,000 saving. This then takes it up an additional 37% above that. 50% is still below market rate, and it would yield an additional $50,000 in savings. So we brought that as another line item.
Thank you.
Yes, you can ask a question.
So if I'm a teacher and I'm sending things to graphics, how much would my cost go up for this? So like, what was it? Was it like 4 cents a copy? Now it's going to be what cents a copy?
If you give us a second, I believe I have that in the question response. I didn't memorize it, but it's about an 87% increase is the total with the two.
So 87%?
Yeah.
Yes, it would be an 87% increase, I believe. Ahmad, if you can find it in there, it was from 3 cents for a black and white copy on bond white paper. It would go from 3 cents to 4.5 cents is what it sounded like. And then on the color, it was, I think, upwards of 11 cents, up from 6 cents.
So 3 cents to 4 cents?
Yes.
Okay.
4.5 cents.
4.5.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Continue. Thank you. So item J7, we spoke to it earlier through the presentation regarding the questions and the requested of adding the music specialist. The amount savings there is what you see there on the chart with the 1.26 reduction. Next item is L8, and we spoke about this as well. Well, we didn't speak to it. There were questions about it. There's public comment, so I could speak to it now. There is a 0.50 FTE at Amador Valley High School only. That is the Library and Media Assistant 3. And so the reduction on this particular position, again, only for Amador Valley, is a 0.50 reduction. That would be a phase out of this position. The position is currently only a 0.50.
Can you clarify that? Like, I thought at Amador the total FTE was 2.5. Is that correct?
You're correct, Trustee Brown. So the breakdown of the library staff is 1.0 FTE librarian. That's the certificated position. And then there's a 1.0 library media assistant 2. And then this line is 0.5 library media assistant 3.
Okay. Trustee McCaughey?
You might have mentioned this last week, but just to refresh memories, what is the context for why this position is only at Amador Valley High School? What's the context of how this came to be? And just to get some context, please.
My guess would be, having been at Amador, it's a larger high school, so in many positions there's more FTE allocated to Amador than to Foothill.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question as well? It was brought up in public comment that this position also brings in revenue. Do we know how much revenue that this position brings in?
I'm not. I haven't.
I guess saves money. They said
that information I'm not aware of. We can look into it. I do know that additionally, I think at some point this was added through a PPIE effort to fund that additional position over there. And so over the history of, and that's kind of why we've gone to a model of program, not positions. You know, there has been particular positions at various sites that have been added for this, and that I think originated with the PPIE funding.
Thank you.
Bringing up Director Butterfield, there's a standing question, Josh, that we're unable to answer. How does this position generate revenue?
Yeah, I'll give a really quick history. So, to Ahmad's point, PPIE used to kind of allocate funds to every principal to figure out how to use it at their site. And so this was created by the site, a position and a job description that allowed billing as part of, to bill for overdue books and devices. So that's why the position was created. It wasn't an allocation by the district at the time. It was created by the site in collaboration with PPIE about 5 years ago. And then Mr. Scherer is the teacher librarian there. He shared $4,000. I would have to go back and look at exact figures, but because that billing, that position does recoup lost book revenue, the school secretary position also has that in their job description to provide billing. So prior to that position existing, or what other sites do, is they have to provide that lost book list to either my department or school secretary twos at the school site to send those bills out.
Thank you,
Josh. Thank you. Just before we move off that one, so at the high school level, and we had a few students email us. Obviously, the number of books signed out on a per student basis is a lot lower. It's like 30, some cases 30 per student at the elementary school, and 1 to 10 on a per student basis. But I think the point that was being made by at least one of the students was that it's not necessarily about how many books are signed out. It's the fact that they use the library to study as a quiet place. Not everyone has a quiet place at home. So my question would be, if we reduce the 2.5 FTE to 2.0 FTE, what impact does that have on library hours and the ability for our high school students to use the library as a source of study?
Josh, you want to speak specific, Trustee Brown, is specific to Amador? Because that's the 2.5 FTE, so we'll talk about Amador, Josh.
The Library Media Services 2 position, not the one that's on this list, is the same at Foothill and Amador, and that position maintains the scope of library hours. It covers before and after school for a whole day. This second position helps with kind of volume and Chromebooks to provide an extra layer of service with the larger school. So it shouldn't have any impact to the library's service hours with that reduction. It's just a level of service that they're providing right now is where the impact would fall.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Any questions from the board? Otherwise, Ed, you move it to the next.
The next one's mine. Before I go, that I do want to clarify. I got help from in clarifying the black and white would go from 3 cents to 5.6 cents, and the color would go from 6 cents to 11 cents. Just want to. The next two items, 06 and 07, currently in our collective bargaining agreement, when the district did the PARs for our certificated, we suspended for 5 years the certificate retirement incentive or award. It's not really an incentive because we push out 5 retirees, and so sometimes retirees will wait to be able to receive that because it's based on, I believe, seniority. So that this item would have to get negotiated, and the savings annually would be $215,000. We currently have a similar one for classified. That was not part of the PARS agreement. That's been going on, and so that would be about $60,000 of things. So we added those two. They do have to be negotiated items.
Can you explain that one a little bit more? So the retirement awards that you're talking about, those are limited per contract to up to 5?
Correct. They're limited. The minimum is 5. The district doesn't have the discretion to give more awards, but because it's limited to 5, then sometimes you have some staff that know where they are in that seniority list of getting it, so they'll wait a year or two to be able to get that award.
Okay. And typically, what has the district been budgeting for those?
We have budgeted that amount for it for the last 5 years. We have not budgeted for the certificated side.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Keep going. Is that it? Okay. Thank you. Okay. If we could filter, yeah. Apologies for those in the room. No matter what screen you look at is an eyesight test. All right, so if we can kind of filter on the ones, on the consensus weighting on the ones. Okay. So obviously we can't filter the paper one, so if we can just kind of go 5 at a time or something like that. Okay. Do any of the board members have any questions on those that we already rated a 1? No? Okay. Are there any of the items that we discussed that were added to this list that we want to consider moving into the 1 column? The ones just covered.
Didn't they already do the ones at SELPA?
No.
I think we still have to approve. Our governance board already approved them, but I think it's the Pleasanton portion that are on our list now that we have to approve.
To be in alignment, then I would move C13 and E4 so that we're in alignment with SELPA.
I concur.
Thank you. Do you mind doing that, Namarta? I'm just trying to find the link. Okay, I've got the link open now. Okay, so you did C13 and E4, I see. What were the other ones? The graphics, are we in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other ones was music specialist. I know that's controversial, and I'm going to skip over that one for now. The high school, do we want to discuss that now or later? The 0.5 FTE at the high school?
Maybe later.
Okay. All right. So what I'm suggesting, because this is a, sorry?
There were 2 more at the end.
2 more at the end? Okay.
The ones that are negotiated, yeah. I think that's a good one to put on there.
Okay. Well, can I have a straw poll
Oh, okay.
vote? Do we, all in favor of putting that as a 1?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I assume for both. You'll have to do it. I don't have edit permissions. Maybe I'm opening the wrong link. Okay, thank you. All right, so my suggestion, and this is just a suggestion, would be we do a motion at this time for all the items in column 1 totaling 7.234.
Did it calculate the last 2 that you added in from bargaining?
It's a good question. I didn't see it change, Trustee Jones.
You're correct. It did not. The correct total would be 7.509. Forgive us while we modify Excel formulas. Potentially.
You'll see the total in the bottom right corner. You're correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking for a possible motion. Any board member that would like to? I know.
Yes, I will make a motion to
Okay.
cut.
I'll second.
Cut these ones.
Okay. So we have a motion in front of us to, as a board, to, at this time, put all the items in column 1 on the reduction list. I would ask Namarta if you don't mind to save off a copy of the spreadsheet. I know you got to modify the formulas, but if you could save a copy of this and align it with the motion, so we have a record of it in case we move anything later. So without calling all the line items off, I think that's the most efficient way.
I'd second it.
Yes. So we first and seconded, and we'll do a roll call vote. It's up to you as a student trustee if you want to vote on this. I know it's a very sensitive topic, so it's up to you.
Aye.
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 And aye for myself as well. Okay. Okay, so that done. So if we can move to, do we want to finish going through the other items that we didn't discuss last time, or revisit the items that are already in the 2 column?
So I just want to make sure. There were a few, well, maybe I just misunderstood, but like the 1.8 and 1.2 or 1.6, do we still need to address those? Then I'd recommend we go through those first, so then we're completely settled on everything in the ones. So there's like 1.2, 1.6,
Okay.
1.4,
All right.
where there was some disagreement.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So just so we're clear, to remember, in the spirit of transparency, what we just voted on is the total. So the total being 7.509, so that'll be all those that had a consensus weighting of 1.0, thereby putting it in the column 1. What we are going to discuss now is last time as a means to sort of keep it in the one category but park it for further discussion, we used fractional numbers. And we're going to revisit those, right? So we've completed the motion on everything that had a 1.0. And Namarta, just to confirm, you've been able to save that copy off? Okay, thank you. And then we'll pull up the ones that are fractional.
Wouldn't it just be easier to move those into column 2 as things that we're just going to be discussing later, so we can get through everything and then go back to column 2 and see what's left?
Sure, we can do that too. Everyone in favor of that? Just
Wait, so I was proposing to wrap up the ones in the ones. So now you're saying scrap that and go to the 2s?
Yeah, because my problem is that I can't look at those items in a vacuum without seeing everything else first to see where we're at.
Okay, I guess I was looking at it from the standpoint of from 1.2 to the 1.9, it's usually just one variance off, so I think it could be something that could be clarified pretty easily. So like, for example, one of the 1.2s, with the superintendent work year by 4 days, it was all ones except one person put a 2. So I don't think it would be that difficult to put.
That's the wrong weight list.
We're looking at the consensus weighting, Vice President McCaughey. We were saying that there were some items last time that were leaning heavily towards a 1 from a consensus perspective, but we felt as a board we needed to have more discussion. And so Trustee Jones's suggestion is we just move the consensus weighting to a 2 and then discuss that alongside the other ones that were in the 2 column. And I'm okay with that proposal, but I want the majority of the board to be okay with that as well.
I just want clarification. So, for example, the superintendent workday, did we just vote to say yes to that? Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to be explicit. So let's go to this. Let's go to F.8, which had a score of 1.8, and G.1 at the bottom of page 1 had a score of 1.6. So what we're saying is we're just going to temporarily move those fractional 1 point something consensus weighting to a 2, and then we'll go through all the ones that are had a consensus weighting of 2 or 1 point something. Yes, so that would be items F.9, G.1, G.2, J.1, J.2, J.3. Yeah, those. Is everyone following? Okay. So I just straw vote. So we're not we're not taking action on it. We're just putting them, updating the number to 2 so we can discuss it in line with all the others. We'll still have a paper copy of whether, yeah. Okay. I'm just going to make a decision as the board president. Let's go ahead and change those fractional numbers, the 1 point somethings, to 2, and then we'll go through all the 2s.
Could you call out the specific ones you want changed?
I can, let's see if I have edit privileges now. It may have been the new items I didn't. So I'm going to, yes, I do. Okay, so I'm just going to do it myself. And, okay. All right, so all 1 point somethings are now in the 2 column, and if we could filter the consensus weighting by 2. We had one that was 2.1 as well. I think maybe we should just, for clarity, make that a 2 as well. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's start it. Do we want to do this by category? Because there was some interest in discussing them together. Okay, let's start with the Reorganized Career Pathways and Adult Learning, CPAL, to Assistant Director. I know we got some further clarification tonight on that. And so at this point, I'm just going to lock in column 1, and then we're discussing column 2. So are we in agreement that as a second level cut proposal that it would include this item?
Sorry, what is your question?
So, all right, so we had a motion, first seconded, voted, enacted on all the items in the 1 column. We're now discussing the items in the 2 column. Are we keeping it in the 2 column? Because my intention is to ultimately have a motion and a second for all the items in the 2 column. So my question is do we keep it in the 2 column or do we move it to the 3 column?
So, with all due respect, I do feel like some of these just need to have some discussion. So, for time's sake, I'm just suggesting that we start with C3, CTE, Director, and there's some discrepancy there, and we just discuss it and see if we can get consensus and then go to the next one. Or if you want to organize it and take a look at where the middle school secretary sorted through the ones where there's minimal discrepancy so that we can get consensus. So I would go with the ones that have minimal discrepancy and see if we can get some consensus on those items and then bring it to the ones that are further spread so we can have some conversations, but try to do it in a succinct way.
Correct. I think we were saying the same thing. I'm going to start with C3. All I'm saying is the outcome should be we're either in agreement it stays in the 2 or we move it to a 3 from a process perspective.
Okay. So just to say it in a different way, I just think maybe let's back up from the tool and just take a look at the position and have a conversation about it, see if we can come to agreement, and then go to the next one, because otherwise we'll be here a very long time.
Okay. All right. Who wants to lead this discussion?
I can start if it stops screaming at me. So my concern with the changes to the CTE director is, one, we are a larger program, especially in connection to the CPAL, than some of the other ones. Dublin doesn't do GED diploma centers, and we also have we also do the adults with disability, like the paid internship program. That's not really done in other areas. He can't, or the person in this position can't be here also to answer questions or defend the job because they're currently being celebrated. Our program is being celebrated right now. We're a model nationally. So my concern is that if we are to basically lower this director, it will adversely harm our vocational school connections, our CPAL, our adult learning, our disability ELD learning, and I'm afraid that it will inversely impact our special needs programs as well for later in life. So that's why I think this would be a mistake for me.
Okay.
So if I could, okay. So a couple things that I'm going to be asking a question to the staff. So initially when I interpreted the information presented to the board on this position, it was my understanding the job description will stay intact. There's no duties that will be changed, correct?
Essentially correct, Trustee McCaughey, Vice President McCaughey. So as I said in the write-up, we will continue with fidelity to run the program, whether it's an assistant director, director. This used to be a coordinator position, and we secured apprenticeships, we secured grants. So that's how I can answer that. It's a model program, no question. It's a great program, and it provides access. We were asked and tasked to give you guys more information and more possible cuts for management. That's why it's on the list. There's an efficiency possibility too, in terms, the way we looked at it is this position can really fall under the secondary education umbrella, so to speak, and because there's a lot of connections through the CTE programs at the high schools, through the adult programs, and also through ROP. There's a lot of connections there that I think we will realize some cost savings later through that connection. That's the other analysis that I would just like to mention to the board. So yes, the duties will be the same, the title's different.
So just to clarify then, if the title's changing, will any portion of the actual job, because I'm looking at HR, because we know we have job titles, and then we have within the form of the job description, you have very specific duties identified underneath the position. So I just want to be clear. Or is the position going to be revisited when the job titles change, that some of those responsibilities may be modified perhaps into this other, you said secondary, what was the position that you said it overlaps with?
Director of Secondary.
Director of Secondary.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to be specific on this because the board's being asked to make the cut around this. So is there a possibility the responsibilities would change? And the only reason why I'm asking is because Trustee Jones has brought up a valid concern about validating and making sure the actual program stays intact. And so I respect that point, and I just want to confirm.
Trustee McCaughey, the job descriptions for management positions are brought forward by staff for your approval, and so that job description for this position, to the shift from a director to an assistant director, would be brought forward, but it would likely, based on what Mr. DiGalazzo has shared, contain all the same tasks and responsibilities.
Okay, so I have one other question that was brought up to attention through some email communication as well. There's been concern about compliance with the grant, and that what is specified in the grant for the type of position that is overseeing the programs, and that it was potentially proposed that this job change may be not compliant with the grant. So I just want to confirm that this job title would make sure to stay in compliance with the grant requirements.
Yes, we received that information. We would ensure that we stay in compliance with our grant, as we do with all grants. There's considerable flexibility in where the funding comes for some of the apprenticeship, and that is the main area where the director is funded from. Originally, several years ago, all the funding came into the general fund, and then we would pay that position from the general fund. Because those dollars were overinflating both our revenues and our expenditures in the general fund, because the apprenticeship program moves a considerable amount of money into us, and then we then take it to the apprenticeship program. So you can imagine, like, $5 million comes in, then we are administrating the program, and we administer $4.8 million, and that $200,000 are, for example, is that administrative cost. So we have flexibility how to use those dollars, so we would utilize those dollars to be able to pay for some of the secondary director who will now oversee the program as the director overseeing it.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass it to my fellow trustees. Those are all my questions.
Okay, any other?
I just want to say those were also my questions. The compliance with the grant was my biggest concern, and so thank you for, as long as we maintain the fidelity of the grant funding, we're in good shape.
Yeah, and just adding to what Mr. Sheikh Al-Islami said, as managers, we have the role of ensuring we're following grants, we're reporting to the state, we're providing the fiscal information that we need, and so it's a management position. Similar to the other line items, I know we're not talking about other line items, but similar to other reclassifications of management, the work remains. And so it's incumbent on us as managers to do the work. And so that's why I said this used to be a coordinator position, went to a director position. One other thing too, for this particular position, this exact position, it was made into a director position and we added some duties to the position. The biggest portion that was added was to be the district's full safety officer. That position, those duties are no longer with this position. So when it was a coordinator position, it was strictly CTE and adult, is the CPAL coordinator position. So it became a director position. It was right when I got here, so 8 years ago or 7 years ago. But those duties are now removed from this position, thus the analysis of, well, we can go back to what it used to be, because that's what the board has told us. What was the position before? What did it look like? Duties and so forth. So I forgot to mention that a very significant portion of duties for this position has actually been removed, and we now have a communications and safety officer for the district.
So my just last comment would be that this is an example where I appreciate the staff bringing a management position back to the board. That has been something we've heard loud and clear. Keep the cuts as far away from the classroom. I do feel that the proposed changes that you're considering here is something similar I've seen in my own personal job in Fremont, where I am classified management overseeing a grant, and there is discretion in how you can make modifications to the roles and responsibilities so that the grant money is more face-to-face for the intent of the grant. So I do feel that this would be a adjustment to the roles and responsibilities of one position, but would not impact the overall program. Actually, because of how well the current program is being run with its current leadership. So I think this would be a fiscal decision that would be smart.
Okay. Straw poll vote. How many think it should be kept in the 2 bucket? Sorry? Kept in the 2. Okay. All right, we'll keep it in the 2 for now and move on. Let's talk about the secretaries, F.1 and F.2. Obviously, the concern raised here is we've been the staffing in the office, given the other cuts, whether or not that can be weathered or not. So any comments, questions, clarifications needed to? Go ahead, Trustee Jones.
I would just last year they took cuts in this section before, and they came to the table and made those agreements. So I would like us to take pause and make sure, one, is there another solution that we can find with them, something that can be done differently? Is it hours? Is it days? Is it something else than a full FTE reduction, or like an FTE reduction? But I'll leave it to you guys for discussion.
I think I'm just going to add my 2 cents. I think it needs to be thought about in conjunction with the HSA. I know we had a lot of speakers tonight, and rightfully so, pointing out the professional nature of the HSA and the accreditation and so on. We've also, from a ed code perspective, it is a requirement that whoever provides that medical assistance needs to do that voluntarily. You can't force that, from what I understand, but HR can tell me differently. But I think the concern I have is if there is a reduction in HSAs at the middle school and high school levels, we can't also reduce the middle school and high school secretaries because someone has to be there for our students. That's my concern.
I understand that, but I do not want the HSAs removed at all, period. So if we're looking at the site, I have to protect health. And so I don't know if we could reduce those at all from 1.0 to maybe halftime or something. I don't know. But I have to protect the health.
Well, I also don't want to remove the health services assistants from any of the grade levels, but I really worry about the middle and high school. I mean, they not only they gave up 5 days last year, but one of the comprehensive high schools lost one of their 4-hour per day secretaries, and I think that the work that's piling up, and I think they're going to have more work that they're going to have to do, and I think we really need to revisit that and really look at that very carefully. I mean, I think lots of them are doing 10-hour work days and 8 hours, and I really have I want to take strong pause on moving forward with that cut.
Okay. One thing that's not shown on the spreadsheet, because we never put a number against it, is obviously the elementary HSAs as well. So that should be part of our discussion here, since we didn't put a scoring on there. So go ahead, Trustee Jones.
I mean, if I'm looking at the HSA for elementary school, that is a 3 for me. I firmly I can't I can't imagine that. My mom was a secretary in the district, and she suffered from epilepsy. So if the secretary is supposed to give it, but the secretary is down, who's going to give it? So
I hate to ask this question because, as was pointed out by one of the speakers, I mean, obviously I've seen the HSAs in the elementary school, et cetera, but I haven't worked in the school. So if I say this, I'm not being disrespectful to any staff, but we have district nurses. Are they located physically in the district office? Are they remote? Are they on call out?
They're remote and on call. They do have duties that they will be scheduled at schools, vision, hearing, screening, so forth. Okay. So they will their schedules are they're varied. They can be, they're not assigned to a school, is what I said earlier, but they have assignments that they will perform the duties at a school at any time.
Okay, so following my train of thought, again, not being disrespectful, you've got an engineer that's asking the question. We all have our skill areas, and this isn't it, so I'm being vulnerable here. I concur with Trustee Jones personally at the elementary school level because they're younger kids. At the high school, middle school level, could we possibly move some of that remote or have them based in the high school or middle school as an alternative to the HSA rather than remote or in the district office, as in the nurses? And so that, I don't know, I'm throwing the question out there.
Can I just make one comment before staff answers that? I had the same train of thought, President Brown, but in general, just a reminder that district nurses are RNs, and they have very distinct qualifications with an associated higher cost. I was asking a lot of questions amongst others in different districts, and as already Mr. Dialazo already stated that some districts do different things. Some have nurses, some don't. I know in some districts they don't even have health assistants at the elementary level. So my impression, and I see you're coming up to answer, but my impression is that registered nurses, because of their expertise, there's a higher cost. And so it's my impression that's why the health assistants were put in place initially anyway, in particular at the elementary level, because of the high needs attention that the student population that you have, it was more cost effective. But that was just my impression.
Just pause a sec, Janet. My main point is we have that cost today, right? We have a model where we have registered nurses that administer the hearing and so on, and they also are, the HSAs are an extension, and they're in regular contact with the students. All I'm saying is from a I don't even want to say efficiency perspective, but could we keep the HSAs in the elementary school and reduce the staffing of the HSAs at the middle school and high school by having, instead of having remote RNs or on-call RNs, that they're normally based in the high school and middle school providing those services, given that's a cost we already have today. And so if you want to punt the question, that's fine.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gates, for coming up. Just to answer the two questions. So yes, other districts, just depends on how they want to fund it. There's different funding sources. It's all about local control, as has been said earlier. What do the districts, how do they generate funds? What sort of revenues coming in? Then they can make those decisions. We've made the decision to maintain the 4.2 school nurses, have HSAs to support the work of health services, which is, I'll call it monitored, and kind of our staff are trained and so forth by our school nurses. There's different options that we can do, President Brown, and so thank you, Janet, for coming up to just kind of speak to that. Like, what could that possibly look at based on what President Brown is saying? Can we house the nurses at the high schools? What does that mean for the program in general?
So right now our nurses are staffed. The collective bargaining agreement for our district has it at 3,000 students to one nurse. So obviously they have to cover more than even one of our comprehensive high schools, which is why if you look at that chart, you'll see that it's broken up and they cover a variety of schools. There is a space here at the district office for our district nurses, but they're rarely here. They really are more I guess itinerant is the word, because they go where they're needed. Sometimes there are calls in the middle of the day for a student who's having some sort of urgent something and they're needed. They do have scheduled times with their vision and hearing. They have scheduled times for training. They have scheduled times for IEP meetings, 504 meetings, SST meetings. So they're really there as our experts to provide the training, to write the health plans, to direct the activities of currently the HSAs along with office staff. And I'm not disparaging anyone's work at levels, but our elementary HSAs are not full-time. They are not in the school all day, so they come, it's usually around 9 until 1. So in the morning when a child has an emergency, it is handled by the office staff. In the afternoon, after the HSA leaves, when a child has an emergency, it is handled by the office staff, and they do a great job. We protect the health of our students. I don't know if I answered your question, but they really don't live at the district office. They go to the different school sites depending on the schedule and then the needs of that day.
Yeah, and I think the one point that was made in one of the many, probably hundreds of emails that we've gotten, was that those hearing assessments are actually done at the elementary school level. Correct?
And also they're being done at 10th grade.
10th grade as well. Okay. All right.
Can I call up Evan Branning from APT? Since they're in the contract, and this discussion would kind of fall within that. Can you go more into detail about these members?
Yeah. Sure. Okay. I'll just be very quick about this. So our nurses are currently contracted at, I believe it's 3,000 to 1. So that it would not be realistic for them to be able to serve as HSAs. They're very busy. They're actually, in my opinion, overworked. The recommendation is 750 to 1. That's actually the staffing ratio recommended by multiple organizations. But their job typically is handling some of our most medically fragile students and doing procedures that would require an RN, as well as working with county public health and other agencies to make sure that appropriate testing that would require an RN is performed. So I can't speak to the HSAs directly, but I want to just make sure that it's clear that at our current ratio, the nurses are quite busy meeting our legal obligations for some of our most medically fragile students.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Brown, can I just say, sure. I totally agree with what Mr. Branning says. I was going to say that before he walked up. It would be very difficult to station a school nurse, one of our 4.4, I think, school nurses at one school at any time. I would agree that I would not recommend that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. As a trustee, and we've got to take the time to understand what works and why it's done the way it is. The reason I asked the question is because some districts have only HSAs, some have only RNs, some have a mix. We have a mix. We also have a contract we have to honor. So I just wanted to understand before I vote on something what the implications are. So thank you very much, staff and Evan, for those answers. Go ahead.
So, Trustee Brown, all I want to say is that when I worked in the elementary, they were there half-time, and we could have used some full-time. And I'm sure the same thing with the middle school and high school. So I am not in favor of any reduction at all for HSA. That's my opinion.
So I have a quick question about the nurses. What was the ratio again for APT with the nurse ratio?
3,000 to
3,000 to 1,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's why we have the 4.4?
Correct. Now you're making me do the math. It is right. It's pretty close to that ratio, yes.
And what is the difference between the RNs and the nurses?
It's the same. So one of the requirements for our school nurse is to be a registered nurse and to be certificated. It's a very difficult, hard to fill position, obviously. So I'm surprised when other districts have multiple school nurses, it's very difficult to fill.
Okay, so I just like to, we're kind of jumping around here, but I'm going with the flow here. So I would like to tag on to what Trustee Carrion stated in terms of the health service assistants. Initially, my thought was thinking that my experience and seeing what Fremont does, they have 0 health service assistants at the elementary level, and I think they have like 30 elementary schools. And so I see firsthand our campus, and I guess what I would say is it's just natural to what I've seen because we have amazing secretarial staff at the school where I work, where it's just the kids are in and out, and it's very they make it seem seamless. But I asked the secretary yesterday, I said, so what if you could put a percentage, what percentage of amount of time do you spend helping students who come into the nurse's station or into the office? And I was shocked at the numbers she gave me. She said 90% of her time. So that to me was a huge shock. And so I feel that at this point in time, the health service assistance is something that is not in the best interest of our students. But at the same time, I would adamantly state we need to go back to the drawing board, and whether it's taking a look at different positions, job descriptions, we need to find something that's going to be more sustainable long term. So that would be my comment right now. So
I do also want to bring up, because she left just now, one of the 2 positions that our student board trustee said that she was concerned for students on was our health service assistants and our child welfare attendants. So I just want to keep in mind that that was the student voice on this.
Okay.
I'm going to make one comment.
Go ahead.
Just as I said before, being an administrative secretary at both a middle school and a high school here, we cannot do without our health service assistants. I mean, they are dealing, like they've said, multiple people with the diabetics and the seizure medications and the handing out of the medication, the prescribed medication. And they've already seen, I think, 1,440 students at Amador, and the same for the middle schools. They need to be full-time. I cannot support reducing any of them.
Okay. So I'm just going to straw poll vote so I can put it into the tool. So elementary HSAs. Trustee McCaughey?
So, want to put it in the 3?
Yeah, that's the question. Am I putting it in the 3? Okay. Middle school, same? And then high school. Trustee McCaughey, you had a comment?
I'm trying to look at the numbers because it's jumping all over the
Okay,
place.
sorry.
Can you remind me on the health assistants at the middle school and the high school? It was, because I know it was recommended to phase out for the elementary, but for the middle school and the high school, I know it's in a different spreadsheet. The recommendation was a reduction from what to what?
So middle school at this time are all 5-hour positions, and so the reduction is 1 hour for each. So it would be 0.50 at the middle schools.
And at the high school?
So let's see. So the high schools are 0.88 each, which is about 7 hours.
And go to 6?
And it would go to 4. So it's 0.50 at the high schools.
Okay, so I guess my comment is I would support for the health service assistants to stay intact at the elementary level, and then at the middle school, shaving 1 hour, and then potentially instead of 2 hours at the high school, maybe 1 would be a potential recommendation. I do think we have to think bigger picture, and we're not eliminating the positions at the middle school and secondary, at the middle school and high school level. And the positions staying intact, but we do need to think about bigger picture reductions. So that would be my comment for the middle school and the high school.
Is there any other support on the board for that suggestion? Okay.
Can we pencil it and come back? Putting it completely off the table because we've just started this process and we might want to reconsider it later. Would be to my fellow trustees. It would just be a comment.
No, my comment is we've cut 7.5 million and I'm done, but
We have to go to
No.
11.2 potentially.
we really haven't decided that because we have heard different numbers. We have heard 8.9, 10.4, and 11.2. So we as a board have.
Okay, I agree 1,000%. I'm just saying if we could put a pin in it. Just a small little dot.
Okay. So we may end up with a 4 category, I don't know. But for right now, as the facilitator of the meeting, I'm putting it in a 3, and I'm moving on with the note that if we need to come back, we have an alternate proposal. And I recognize that you're trying to make a compromising proposal. So, Namarta, I don't have edit on cell V6, so I can't change the filter. Either give me permission, or if you could unfilter it so that we can move the one that was not noted. The HSA for the elementary was F7. If you could put a 3 against that, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. All right, and then if you could refilter that down. Thank you. Okay, all right. Moving the discussion back to the middle school and high school secretaries. I know I've heard from Trustee Walker. What is the consensus of the board on the middle school and high school secretaries?
I have a quick question, Marta, and I apologize. I just can't get to the document fast enough because I don't think it was posted. Can you pull up the document that gave the description of the secretaries, and it showed that little blurb on the right where it showed like 0.75 to out of how many number, like I don't recall the total number of the secretaries at the middle school and the high school level, but you guys put it into that right column where it give the information. Or if you can just summarize it briefly. I just want to be refreshed on the context of, for the middle school secretary, it's 0.75 reduction out of how many?
Correct. I have it, Ms. Graywell. I have it. Okay. So at Hart, it's 2.5. So I'm talking about middle school secretary 1. At Hart, it's 2.5. Current. This is current. Harvest Park is 2. PMS is 1.65. So with the reduction of 0.75, the remaining FTE is 5.4, and the breakdown would be 2.25 FTE at Hart, 1.75 at Harvest Park, 1.4 at PMS. So it's a reduction at all the sites by portions of an FTE.
So to just put everything in context, last spring when that was on put on the table for these positions, is it the similar line of that, like, I know last spring it was talking about significant impact for the roles and responsibilities related to attendance, for example. Is it spelled out that specifically, or do we not have that information because there's a myriad of responsibilities that the secretaries do? I'm just trying to get clarification because I know that was a significant concern last spring in regards to the amount of time that each secretary spends in calling students or, doing the attendance records and the impact with our ADA and information on that. So it's a clarifying question.
No, Vice President McCosher, we did not do that analysis in terms of hours, so no, we did not do that. I was looking at last year about this reduction, and this was a reduction last year as well. And I see it now. 0.75 reduction, middle school secretary 1. So there was a reduction last year for middle school.
What had been proposed was a 1.5 total, and then trustees chose to do half of that. That's what happened.
Basically, it's 0.25 at each campus.
Essentially, yes.
Why does Hart Middle School warrant a higher FD? I don't normally micromanage staff or question this, but it...
Typically, just generally speaking, bigger schools, we would add more allocation to the bigger school, and Hart has been the bigger school, PMS being the smallest middle school.
Okay, understood. Okay.
Is this part of right sizing? I mean, since we have less students?
I would say yes. So the analysis on this particular position has to do with the looking at our enrollment declining. So yes, Trustee McCarrion.
Are we just talking about the middle school and high school, President Brown, correct?
You can comment on either.
Okay, so it states here in the notes for the high school secretary, it would at a line to within the school day. So are there hours being reduced based upon the notes that you're stating for the intention of those positions? So, for example,
that's correct. That's correct. It's a reduction of hours for both schools. So
they come in before and stay after now, and so they would come like when the bell rings or something of that sort. Is roughly, because it seems like a small reduction in terms of 0.5 reduction at each campus, and you're saying the position will stay intact, is just working less hours. So I just want to making sure I'm interpreting the notes correctly.
it's working less hours. So Amador Valley right now is 6. It would go down to 5.5. Foothill is 5. It would go down to 4.5. And remember, too, the hours, just generally speaking, and Ms. Graywell, correct me if I'm wrong, the hours, so if you're a 6-hour employee, are you on campus for 6.5, duty-free, lunch, all that's, isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So just kind of keep that in mind, too. So, because you asked, are they there from the, opening bell to the bell at the end of the day? I would say for somebody who's 5.5, probably not. I mean, there's little pieces probably at the end of the day. It depends, too, on when they start, when they end. It could be staggered. It's really up to the school in terms of scheduling.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thoughts? Am I leaving this at a 2 or 3? Do you want me to get a straw poll vote separately? Okay. Trying to move things along. Middle school secretary, 2 or 3?
Two.
2. Okay. And then high school secretary? Was that a 3? Sorry. 2.5? Sorry. Okay. All right. I guess I'm the tiebreaker, which puts me in an awkward position, but that's all right. Okay. So consensus-wise, I think for now, I'm moving the high school secretary to a 3 and leaving the middle school secretary at a 2. Let's see. Do we want to talk about wellness center support specialists or custodians?
I'd like to make a few comments.
Sure.
About which?
So the Wellness Center Support Specialist, I was able to get some more information in regards to their role and responsibility, talking in depth with some of the individuals who actually do the work, and it gave additional clarity that, as stated by public comment, their roles and responsibilities are quite different than the wellness coach. They work in tandem together, and that the amount of volume that they are receiving at the high school level right now, I think this might be something that could be looked at later. I think the most concerning point is that I looked at the job description. This was just created this August, and that the position was just put in place. And so if we're talking about strategic long-term planning, we're trying to build support for our students, and so it doesn't make sense to create a position and then covet and dissipate it so quickly. We haven't even given it a chance. So that's based upon the research that I got at this point in time. So that's how I feel.
Other comments?
Yes, I also like to comment. I also did a lot of research, and just in September alone, there were 600 students who went through one of our comprehensive high school. I'm a big proponent of mental health and social and emotional well-being. I think the wellness coaches focus more on one-on-one engagements, and they're responsible for the numerous reports and deliverables. That would be very difficult to manage without this wellness support specialist. I think the two positions really complement each other. Rather, they're improving the quality and effectiveness of their schools. I think the wellness center will become less effective and may compromise our capacity to support students, and could negatively impact staff and classroom environments. I mean, the ultimate goal is student wellness and attendance and getting kids back to class, and I think our support specialists do exactly that. They ensure that every student feels heard and valued, and they cultivate relationships that are important for their emotional and academic success. I just can't see us doing without them.
Go ahead, Trustee Jones.
So I'm going to speak in favor of moving this into the 3 column as well, because not all my friends and not all the people I knew in high school made it to the end of high school. And so for me, we can't cut the things that not just keep kids coming to class, but walking the stage at the end. This is one of the ones that was specifically brought up by the African American Parent Advisory Committee as well. And so I think that's something that's important to uphold and honor.
Can I say something too? I'm going to say, Zuniga, what you do for our students is so valuable. And we cannot cut this person. We cannot cut this position. This is a 3 for me as well. And I just want to say an overall arching thing. A lot of these things left over are things that I am having to have a really difficult time cutting, because I value relationships, I value health and safety and mental and counseling, And I think that we just need to say, let's find $500,000. I don't want to get to $8 million because I don't want to go through all these because these are all painful cuts, the rest of them. And maybe you all disagree with me. But anyway, Zuniga, we love you and we support you. And thank you for what you do every day for our students.
Well, okay, so I feel for all these roles too. I don't want to be here either. We heard Superintendent Castro and our responsibility, whether we like it or not, and whether or not it means that we're not in this position at the next election is immaterial. I don't want this district to be in receivership. And so we have a fiscal responsibility to make decisions, and we're weighing all the right things. We're talking about student impact. We're talking about the impact that roles like Zuniga's has on the lives of our students, right? And unfortunately, we're in a position where we have to judge everything from risks to science specialists to PE specialists and so on. So, but we can't just sort of say, well, we've got a motion for 7.5, we're done. The reality is we're not done. We're not done our job that we are elected to do, whether we like it or not. And so we can't just stop at 7.5 and say we're done.
No, but we need to at least come to agreement what that number is.
Well, let me, excuse me, President.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is not addressing anyone, just for clarity purposes. The resolution that you passed that basically promised that we would do certain things for conditional approval, this is just a reminder to kind of push the reset button, is for next year 8.2 and then the following year 0.7. So the obligation in total is 8.9. And then what you asked for from staff was, what do you suggest? What do you recommend? That's where we came up with the 11.2. So, and then, you know, it's up to you as far as the target, but I just wanted to clarify those were the two numbers. One's kind of a hard number, the other one is a suggestion. The hard number being 8.9 in terms of the resolution.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a second. So as Superintendent Geisels talks about, the number right now is 8.9. That is based on our unaudited actuals, and that's based on where we are right now. We asked staff to put together a matrix of the variables at play, right? So unfortunately, as a school district, we are planning for next year's budget before all the variables are locked down, right? So the state doesn't give us a COLA that we can do the planning for next year's budget. They give us an estimate, and that estimate may change. And so when we ask staff to put this table together, it's like, what are the variables that can change, and then what impact would it have in terms of maintaining our 3% reserve requirement over a 3-year period, right? And that's what this table is. So I think it's disingenuous to say that the staff is changing the number. What they're showing you is the impact of the variables in the equation, right? As was just stated, based on the last financials, based on the estimated COLA from the state, based on the numbers of enrollment, the kids that we have, that is the number. And then they've put in what 10% unknown rising costs would be, what would be this. We as a board, I guess what I'm trying to say is we have to evaluate the risk of these things changing. We've asked staff to give us guidance, but they're not giving us different numbers. It depends on what this board decides is an acceptable level of risk. And so we could go in with a lower number, and then we could be back here in February changing it when the state changes its COLA numbers, right? Or we can do the work now and decide, okay, hey, COLA came in better than we thought, and we reverse some of the reductions. So it's not staff giving us different numbers. It's us evaluating as a board what is our level of comfort. All we're saying is our commitment to the county right now is that 8.9, and we have to do, that is the minimum 8.9, assuming everything lands exactly the way it is right now. But those variables may change. Those are outside the board's control.
So if I could just interject. First and foremost, I wanted to thank staff for the information you guys have put together. It's been very comprehensive, and I know it's been a lot of work because the trustees have given us, and you guys have complied on a 4-day turnaround time, so I really appreciate that. And other trustees, I can't speak for, but I know it's been a big task. That said, I think we're getting the cart before the horse. I think we are still working out the number, and I'm going to ask that we just continue through the process, please. We just started the process, and then we started flipping to talking about the number, and I don't want us to get stuck and froze. So if we could just go back to where we were at, keep going, and just take a deep breath. This is a process, and for someone that is big on process, I know this is uncomfortable. We're going to get through it. And I just wanted to compliment the board and Superintendent Geisels for allowing us to have this conversation. I know in the past things have been pushed through and plowed through, and it's been a forced, here's the resolution and you vote. And so this is messy and it's uncomfortable, and just trust the process. So with that, can we get back on track?
Yes, thank you. Okay. So what I'm hearing on the wellness support specialist is the consensus right now is 3. Okay. So I will park that as a 3 right now. I know this all seems very clinical, and I apologize. We're just trying to stay organized. Custodians, elementary school and middle schools. This ties into the ABC versus the AB. Comments?
I think I'm just going to put it out there. This is one that I'm uncomfortable with, but we're being asked to make the hard decisions, and I do think that this is something that I think we should consider for the cuts right now. But I would state once again that once we need to see how it actually works in implementation, because I would give the analogy of the technology model that we made a decision on 2 years ago, and it's taken some time and it's a little sticky and it needs to be perfected. I may not be surprised that if this is something that is pursued, that we may need to come back and evaluate how effective it has been. But we need to look at these numbers. It's uncomfortable, it's difficult, but I do think that we need to consider the consideration for the modification of the schedule for the cleaning. It's not ideal, but I think in where we are fiscally, this would be something that we need to consider.
Yeah, I mean, Laura's words around the fact that we're adding square footage with the benefit of our bond money is not lost on me. On the other hand, it's like other districts have had to go to an ABC schedule. Like one of the speakers was like, what can you learn from the other districts that are going through this? Every district is going through reductions. And other districts have survived by going to an ABC schedule. And I'm not sure at this point, in order to get to the target, that we can afford to take this off the table at this time. That's my personal opinion.
My district uses an ABC schedule where I teach, but you said it yourself, every district is different. So if this is something that you are wanting to pilot and see will work in the district, I don't think doing a 4.0 reduction would make sense. And if we want to see how it's going, you should do a partial reduction in this section then.
So in response to Trustee Jones' recommendation, I would ask to go back to the original numbers that were being cut for the elementary. I know you put it in the spreadsheet, but it's not in front while we look at this because we're toggling 2 different documents. So just refresh our memory. It says reduce 4-hour night custodian at 8 elementary schools, so it's the night shift?
Correct. That's the night shift. So it's a 0.5 FTE reduction at 8 campuses.
Except for Donlin?
Correct.
Because of the size?
Correct. And then at the middle schools currently have 3 night custodians, and this would take them down to 2.5 night custodians.
So just to refresh everyone's memory, it's not impacting the day custodians, it's the night shifts, correct? It's just modifying the schedule?
Correct. The day shift would remain as is.
Okay. So I know it's not ideal, but, and I know in my school too, Trustee Jones, I've got they only clean my room twice a week versus 3 days a week at the elementary level. So it's not perfect, but they're still if it's fidelity in terms of the work will continue to be intact with the high touch points, and that's not going to be impacted. I think that this is something that we need to consider.
Last question, and hopefully it's a valid one, is obviously from a revenue perspective, we're trying to rent out our buildings. I don't know how much rental happens at night. I know, as an example, this week, I was at Donlin Elementary, and the Scouts rent out the MU. Does this schedule put any of that rental income at risk, and is that rental income even large enough to worry about putting at risk?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I would say at the middle schools, we have the joint use with the city. They manage the large gyms in the evenings. We are most used through the facility use program is at the high schools, and then I would say probably the middle, and then the lowest tier is the elementary schools. And so some of those organizations that you're talking about, they probably have relationships with the site and know exactly where to go, especially the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts. So they're much more familiar with the campus. It's mostly the outside organization. There's no with the Cubs and with the Girl Scouts. There is no fee. There's no money that we collect from them.
Okay, and then the last question. I was in a discussion with Laura Martinez, and she was pointing out that some of the catalog items through, I always forget the booking system, but there's options for larger events and things like that. Does it put some of those catalog items for people wanting to stage larger events at risk, and would we need to turn those codes off or those options off for anyone in our community?
So a lot of the high usage that occurs that we do collect fees for are in the weekends, and we typically have specific custodial services that will be dedicated to them, and they usually get charged back to the organization. So I think, if Mr. Rajabzadeh, if any of you have any other clarifying comments you'd like to make.
Yeah, you'll need to come up. We have a lot of people on TV 30 tonight, probably.
They have is that even during the weekdays, if we rent any place to outside renters, we collect fees from them. That is a revenue for us, and that actually helps us with that.
Okay, so going back to, in your professional opinion, and we've worked together for 3 years, and I respect what you do. Do any of these schedule reductions put any of the outside revenue at risk?
No. Okay. If we not put the outside renters as all the services that we are going to offer, it will not put it at risk. We have a very knowledgeable custodial manager who has been inspecting all the sites. Basically, we do it together, and we provide extensive reports to the day custodian, who is the head custodian. And if there's any kind of shortcomings, we address it as a group.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so consensus of the board at this point, we leave it at a 2. Is that correct? Anyone disagree? Otherwise, we'll move on to Technology Specialist 1, .375, middle school. I don't know if there are any other items that we had as blank previously for...
The band one was blank.
Well...
I just meant we haven't reviewed it, but it falls in line with the other elementary specialists. And I know a lot of the people are watching for the elementary specialists, so do we want to do those three? Because those...
yeah, if you could back out the filtering for a moment, let's focus on that. Thank you. Okay, so specifically, I guess it's H, is it?
So it looks like it is I2, I3, and J7.
I2, I3, and well, I was actually trying to cover the tech specialist piece first.
So in response to the tech specialist, I made my comment last week. I'm going to make it again. I feel that the technology model that was approved 2 years ago to put the ticket system in place is still, we're still working out the implementation supports. And I know that there was a pilot this year, from my understanding, to providing more face-to-face support on campus for staff. I feel that at this point, and I mentioned it last week as well, I'll mention it again, but I feel in particular from the information for the middle school tech is that position is being used to help cover in some cases at the elementary level, and that in these positions I would feel that it'd be more effective to keep these positions in place, but in lieu of that, I did ask to take a look at the technology department model, and I know that was not, maybe I wasn't specific enough, but I prefer to see what positions could be collapsed or combined more at the management level and keep these positions in place until the ticket system is perfected. So that would just be my point.
Okay. Yeah, so if we can just unselect the ones, I don't want to revisit that, sorry, on V.
So to be more specific, I had listed some other positions in the org chart within the technology department that I was trying to get clarification, and maybe I wasn't specific enough, but there was like, you know, delineating the positions more at whether it be the chief technology position versus the coordinator versus there's the other position for technology support, the education technology. But there's quite a few technology positions that I think maybe could be re-examined or perhaps repurposed versus these positions.
Okay. So to try to move the conversation along, you're in favor of preserving the middle school tech specialist one at this time? And putting an action on staff to come back and reevaluate the management structure?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So move this to a 3 then.
Okay. All right. All right, you wanted to talk about the integration specialists next, Trustee Jones?
I actually said the specialist for PE, science, and music, since they're all 3 together.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you know, let's do music first. And I'll start it off. I started in 5th grade band. That was where I got my start in this district. AVHS Marching Dawn. Music is why I continued to come to school. We got rid of our music program where I teach, and that gutted the system really badly. We didn't have choir until this year for the first time in 10 years. We were missing my site only had jazz band for 8 of the 9 years I've taught at that school site, because we just never had enough kids that go through middle school. And so to cut out the legs of this program when we have one of the premier programs in the state, I think would be a mistake, and I would ask that we move it to 3.
Yeah, I mean, on the music one, I know for transparency and fairness, we added it on, but we did work with PPIE last year to provide funding for this program, and I'm not at this point in time interested in sort of adding it to the list personally.
And I just want to add that last week I went to the Foothill Band Review, and our students were amazing, absolutely amazing, outstanding. So this is a 3 for me.
It is also a 3 for me. I mean, they are the Foothill, the middle schools, the high schools. They are really the crown jewels of our community. And again, PPIE, our Education Foundation, is giving financial support. And I think our community spoke last year. And 5th grade year is a critical entry point for band participation. So I give it a 3.
So I'm gonna step out on a limb. So I was the person that mentioned, the recommendation to consider, and I didn't specify what in music. I just said we should put it back on the table because I don't think it's fair to pit specialists against each other, and I'm going to say it again. So the reason why I say that is I'm a trained specialist in art, and yes, a classroom teacher can teach art in the classroom. Are they trained on art of the discipline of where you talk about the principles of design? Probably not. So if you're going to say that you can't put elementary music on the table, then I'm going to be adamant and say I'm not going to put science or physical education on the table either. So we either do a hit with all 3 in a small portion together, or we do nothing with the specialists, because I'm going to stand firm on that. It's not fair to say one discipline is more valued than another, and I'm very adamant on that. And so I would actually take this bigger step to say that we need to do some sort of small cut, but it needs to be across the board, or not at all. And I'm going to be firm on that.
Trustee Walker, you have your microphone on. Did you want to say something? Okay, sorry. Anyone else want to say anything? Yeah, I recognize that we added it in order to weight them. Like I said, I personally felt like it wasn't less about equity. We had the discussion last year, and PPIE is hosting a gala tomorrow, and they're raising money specifically for music, and it would be disingenuous to a cut in music when PPIE is working hard to bring revenue to this district on that. So that's my 2 cents on the music.
Well,
but we do need to talk about the other ones.
With all due respect, if last year a different discipline had been put on the list, perhaps the PPIE would have gone a different direction. And I am wholeheartedly agree that if our partners have helped fundraise for these valuable programs, that to your point, we're going to a gala tomorrow, and we shouldn't be saying, oh, thank you for your donations and support for this program, but then we're going to cut it. So I agree 1,000%. But once again, I feel very strongly that the specialists are the core of the work that helps support classroom teachers, but we are in a financial crisis, and we need to think very heavily of how we're going to go down on this. So if this is what we're going to take a look at and support, great. But then there are other things on this list that we better take a greater look at. So that would just be my point, that if we want to table this and then come back, because there's a lot of other things we haven't reviewed yet, and you might change your mind. So it's just, my point is, I am concerned as well that we're going to say we're not going to cut HIT, and we're not going to cut, and then I don't want to be in the place where we were. I have issues with saying, oh, we may come back next year and have another $2 million to cut. So I'm very concerned about that. I don't want to have to be there, and so I think we just need to think long term. So I would say if this is where we're going to stay here, then that's fine, but then we keep all 3 programs intact.
I mean, I do want to keep all 3 programs intact. I would be fine with that because this is the core of we as a district have to decide what our identity and our values are, and I believe that these are the core of our values. I mean, I'm pretty consistent in the way that I vote and what I do, so I don't think that's a shock to anybody. These are the greatest equalizers. Music, and I know I get hit a lot, the fact that I am an advocate of ELD, yes, because their parents can't be here, because they can't be here. And music and physical education and art are typically the first classes that English learning students are put into because they're able to participate and be a part of that. And so the science, we have issues right now with making sure that women are seen in STEM, that African Americans are seen in STEM. Like these build the building blocks of that early on, which is why some of our minority group specifics, like APAC said, do not cut these programs. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't want to see any of these cut. At the same time, there are still going to be other ones that are big ticket numbers that I'm also going to fight very hard on. Like we all will. There's things we all prioritize. But right here, I agree. Let's not do it.
So, all right. Just so we're clear, right? Science specialists, the proposal here, I don't want to say proposal, because staff is just doing what we asked, which is give us everything that you can think of that EdCode doesn't require, right? EdCode does not require a science specialist. I agree, having a science specialist is one of the things that makes PUSD a great district for parents to bring their kids, right? But just so we're clear, like the 4.0 FDE was around having the classroom teachers teach grades 1 through 3, and we would retain the science specialists for grades 4 and 5, just so everyone is on the same page. And then the PE specialists, we had a great speaker that pointed out that the Ed Code says you have to have a certain amount of minutes, and so this would be a shift of some of those responsibilities to the multi-subject teachers, and that's my only worry is these are big ticket items. They could potentially be scaled, and as a board, we shouldn't take them 100% off the table at this time unless we can find substitution that gets us to the goal and responsibility that we have to make the district whole for next year, and then hopefully not be back this. Like I want to do these cuts, and I want to do these cuts once, and I want us as a community to move on to creating a parcel tax that secure these. So as an example, if we preserve the science specialists and the PE specialists, I want to have a parcel tax, and I think Trustee Carrion pointed this out the other day. I want a parcel tax that preserves that forever, right? Forever is a long time, but and so we have to think in those contexts. So I've said it before, none of us want to cut any of these positions or any of these roles, and we're getting into the harder and harder ones. So
If I could just make a comment, process oriented.
Sure.
I'm just going to put this out there because our thought process may evolve as we go through this process. So my recommendation is table this, come back, because there are, as Trustee Jones said, you have other big ticket items that you want to talk about. And then we as a board put those other issues on the table, we may have to come back to this. So my recommendation is just, you got the consensus right now. It may modify and change as we go through. We still have quite a few others
Yeah, so I'm going to...
That would be my point.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's why I said maybe we end up with a bucket 4. I don't know.
Maybe
so
that's what we do, maybe ad lib
for
bucket 4.
for now, I'm going to put it in bucket 3 to respect the discussion and where we're at as a board, and then let's try to keep going through the list. It's 9:34 p.m. All right, so let's refilter by the 2s, and we've got a bunch, by the way, that we didn't put scores against that were kind of in the 2.2 consensus weighting from last time. I know in Excel it's difficult to filter on 2 fields. So we talked about CPAL, school secretary, custodians. Let's talk about the secondary intervention specialists and the RIS.
I'll kick it off. Why not? Besides one, yeah, this falls in LCAP, which is important, but secondary intervention specialists, I work in secondary at the high school level, and my school site is 40% English learners. Amador Valley is seeing an increase in that. So is PMS at the middle school level. We need these supports at the secondary level for reading, writing, and literacy just as much as we do at the elementary school level, because we cannot let these students fall behind as well. And we're bringing in students from other districts now that are not necessarily to the same level as Pleasanton Unified. You don't want to set these kids up for failure by not having the supports they need to succeed upon entering this district and being at the level of expectation that is here.
Agreed, and I'm sure we can all make arguments on why to keep the positions. The question is the fractional FTE reduction, and yes, it is LCAP, but we were told that the LCAP can be adjusted for next year to reflect what we are doing. I mean, the point of the LCAP is to document what you are doing, and the 0.67 FTE was not eliminating the position, that was scaling the position relative to the enrollment. Any comments from staff or cabinet?
Could you pull up the document for the reduction to the, sorry. For the position that Trustee Jones was referring to, the middle school. I think it was back up. Go back down.
It is yes, I see.
This is not comfortable, but I see that this is just, the position is intact, and it's a reduction. It's a small reduction, I think, that we need to consider it.
All right, consensus vote. I'm keeping it as a 2. Trustee McCaughey, 2. Trustee Walker?
2.
Okay, 3. And I don't know if that's a 2 or a 3, but consensus is 2. So the RISS role is a little different. This is a phase out. So this means going from 7.5 down to 0. Correct?
That position works in tandem with the intervention specialist, correct? So I would prefer to skip that and put it with those other 2, the integration, intervention, and skip that for right now. Just come back to it.
Discuss it in conjunction with the integration.
And yes.
No, we already discussed the intervention.
There's an elementary one on the list as well, is why she said that.
Yeah, yes, sorry. Okay, so we're going to park that one for now and come back to that. Elementary and middle school library. Actually, Trustee Wakashi, can you lead this for a second? I just need to run out.
Of course, you got permission for a break. Okay, so for elementary library media assistant 2, this is 2.1875 positions for 142,000. The way I look at it is a little differently. If you look at our scoring, it was a range from, 2 individuals put it as a 1, the 3s and a 2s. And so I would like to hear a little bit more from the fellow trustees why we had a discrepancy. Just any thoughts and opinions? If you can recall, yes.
No, I just want to say for libraries in general, I really think it's a safe haven for kids, and I don't want to put it on the list, especially because elementary does not have a wellness center, and for many kids, library is a wellness center for them. So for me, I really don't want any library assistant. That's why I was thinking about if we had to cut library, if we could just do maybe 0.50 at Amador High School, because that one is over, it's not the same as Foothill. And so if we had to make a cut, I would be in favor of that one over the other 2 schools.
Let's not jump to the high school because we're looking right now at just the elementary and middle high school. Okay. I hear you on for the high school. We'll pin that. But if we could circle back to the elementary and to the middle school. And then I guess my question to staff would be based upon Trustee Carrion's question. Can you just refresh our memory on their positions for the media assistants in terms of the recommendation for that, of if it was hours cut? In terms of my impression was that the roles and responsibilities for the assistants was slightly different, that the libraries would still be open. And it wouldn't necessarily cut the hours of the library because you'd have the key library staff there, is what I recall that was stated. So can you just confirm that for the question for Trustee Carrion's point?
So the way we left it, should the reduction occur, is that it would be site-by-site decision, whether it was hourly reduction or a day closure. It would just depend on the site's decision should this occur. The final reduction would have 0.50 remaining at each elementary site. So right now it's 6.68, so 6.7 essentially, and then the reduction of the 2.1875 bringing it to 4.5, therefore 0.5 for the 9 elementary schools.
So a 0.5 each campus roughly?
Correct.
At the elementary level. Does that make sense, trustees? I know we don't like it, but it's not an elimination of the position. It's a slight reduction. Yes, Trustee Jones?
So I understand that this would be a reduction, but you can't have a library closed for part of the day during the school day. Like this, again, like when you look at the universe of a school, when Timmy walks in and he sees his teachers, like, we are taking students to the library. They are working at it during lunch, before and after school. It is a safe haven. I didn't feel comfortable or okay to read queer books at home until well into high school. I was doing that in middle school. Like that was where it was comfortable to figure out who I am and to come into myself. And so the idea of not having that access is incredibly concerning, but also PPIE fundraises for both of those positions. So to cut them as PPIE fundraisers for them would be problematic. And this is, again, another one that our African American Family Network is saying that they need and have to have, because it is an equalizer. The access to a printer, the access to a quiet place to read and do work, access to books that you might not otherwise have, access to a specialist who can help you find, source, and do things. So I think this is a mistake. I think that this is one of those ones we should not do because you need a library.
Trustee Walker?
Yeah, I agree. I think that right now we're struggling with fluency and comprehension in our schools. They're at the all-time low. And I think cutting library hours really sends the message that reading and literacy are not our priorities. I think it's really essential, well, both in middle school and elementary, but more in elementary where students are just developing their reading and literacy skills. I mean, I think it's an investment in literacy, equity, and really the overall well-being of our children. The library is really the heart of the school. It's the one place where every student has access. And I think books provide a gateway to higher learning and elevated reading comprehension skills. So I'm a big proponent for not reducing at all.
All right, President Brown, I'll pass it back to you. We're talking about the elementary library meetings.
Yes. Yeah, no, like I said, we can all make arguments for every single item on here to not reduce and the impact that it has. Where at middle school and high school, the library serves a slightly different function than it does in the elementary school. The elementary school definitely they rotate the classes through the library. I've stacked books in the library. I've volunteered in the elementary classrooms in the past, and I recognize the function the library serves at all levels. I think at the elementary level, you can coordinate with the elementary teachers to fit the visits to the library within the available hours, personally, because we're not opening the libraries after hours at the elementary level, are we, for studying or other things? Is that correct?
No, we don't do it currently.
Okay, but at the middle school and the high school we do.
So that
It depends on the schools, right, Mr. Butterfield, in terms of what they've scheduled and so forth. There's the opportunity to keep the libraries open.
The high school has the library open before and after school and at lunch. Middle schools have the library open at lunch for students, and then during their universal access time, students will access the library during that time as well.
Okay, thank you. I guess all I'm saying is it's like, if I'm thinking about the impact to students having a science specialist or a PE specialist versus asking the elementary teachers to schedule their visits to the library on specific days. Those two are not the same for me. I would prioritize, assuming we keep the and to me, reading interventions support specialists, I know we skipped over it, we're coming back to it, as an example, has probably more an impact on literacy than whether or not the elementary school students have less days that they cycle through. Anyway, I'm just trying to compare it, and it's really tough. But I'm just, if I listened to the students, and I heard very clearly at the middle school and the high school level, it's different. They go there to study. They go there as a safe place. They go there as a quiet place. But at the elementary school, from what I've seen, volunteering in the classroom, is the elementary teachers are scheduling the kids to go through, and the librarian and or parents do readings and so on. All that stuff can be scheduled within reduced hours, in my opinion.
Well, if I could just
Go ahead.
add, I just want to give some context. At the school I work at is elementary. They have the librarian, and she's 0.8. So the library is open Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and that's the days that she sees intact with, the TK through 5 students, and people just work around the schedule. So I do, in this case, we have to look bigger picture, and I do feel that this is a reduction. It's not an elimination of the positions. So it's not ideal, but I do concur that I think that the recommendation here is something that could be adapted to help make sure that students have the supports that they need. And just a reminder that PPIE was clear in their presentation, it wasn't funding positions, it was funding the program. So it's not to a loss of the support that PPIE is doing for the library support.
I know you had a chart, but how much does PPIE fund towards the library program today? You had a chart that we went through earlier, and I couldn't find it.
I'm bringing it up right now. I'm looking at that.
It was the last slide that you had.
$170,000 to the library and media program.
Okay. And then I think individual PTAs at the elementary level often will do a fund a need as well, as part of their fundraising as well. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, there might be some specifics at each school.
Okay.
Again, I'd like to say that elementary doesn't have a wellness center. And for many kids, they need to go to that library. Elizabeth Shackelford was an amazing librarian at our school. And for me, elementary is really important. That's why I said I could live with the library media assistant 3 at the high school. I think that maybe we could put that on the list.
We already did. Yeah.
So once again, I just would like to remind the trustees that I know we're tired, and I know it seems that, I'm just saying that we've got quite a few others to consider that we haven't even gotten to yet. So maybe put a pin in this one and come back to it. There are actually we haven't even gotten to any of the 3s that have a lot of debate and discussion and a big amount of fiscal dollars attached.
Okay. Do we have consensus on either of these two, elementary or middle school? Yeah, we can come back. I can.
Well,
Sure.
I don't think it's fair to pivot one band over another. I mean, so if you're, elementary versus middle school, I guess is what I'm saying. So if you're concerned about preserving the elementary position, then you have to look very carefully at the middle school. So that's why I was trying to say to pin it if people aren't ready to vote on it. I do think, like I said, that there are significant other positions. We haven't talked about the risks. We haven't talked about the integration specialists. We haven't talked about a lot of other positions that are going to require a lot of discussion. It might, when you put everything in the balance, we're going to have to come back potentially to revisit.
Understood, but the discussion is fresh, and ultimately from...
I vote that it's a reduction in the position, it's not termination, so I would put it as a 2.
Okay. Lori?
2.
3.
3.
Okay, I'm going to keep it as a, and to be clear, is everyone talking about both line items? Okay, so as the tiebreaker, I'm going to leave it as a 2 and represent the majority at this point. I'm going to highlight it though, so that for Trustee McCaughey's point, we can come back to it. So I'm creating a new system on the fly here, Namarta. I apologize, but I do want us, as we discuss these things, to know what the current board consensus is, even if we're going to come back and revisit. All right, so can you do me a favor, Namarta? There are a number of items that are blank. Can you unfilter to the blank ones?
Do we need to extend the meeting time? Or?
Yeah,
we do.
Want to make a motion to later than 11? If we do a short break and then go to 11?
Maybe modify that motion to 10:30, I think. My only concern is we're going to reach a period of diminishing returns potentially.
I make a motion at 10:30.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. First and seconded. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 And aye for myself. All right. Okay, so obviously we've still got people in the room, and maybe we should also be mindful of that and discussing the items that are of most interest to the public as well, right? Because they're looking for where we stand as a board on certain positions. Yeah. Okay, let's start with the first one. District Parent Liaison.
All right. I advocated very strongly for this one last year. I'm going to advocate for it strongly again because they reach the family. I can't stress this enough. We cannot cut this position. If we cut it in half, no one's going to do this job because who wants to do it for that little of pay when it is such a critical and important position to have? They connect with our families who do not speak English within this district, not just McKinney-Vento and not just Foster. They focus on all of our students, especially ones that are slipping through the cracks because their families don't know how to connect. And they are the most, and let's be real here, some of them are the most trusted people within our district to get information out. Like if we're not getting a response to an email, it's because we didn't ask one of them to send it out because that is the person that the community feels trust with. So if we cut their hours or if we get rid of them basically because they don't want to do it anymore, we have burned that bridge. The African American Parent Achievement Committee made very clear that they want this position saved. The Hispanic Families Liaisons, they've made it very clear that they want this one done and or kept as well. We can't fix the budget on the backs of the most vulnerable and those who are most disconnected from our district. They're not here tonight to advocate because we don't do translation at our board meetings. That's the truth. Also, they don't all feel safe to come here because they were concerned about ICE during trick-or-treating. So, yeah, I'm loud on this one because the area I do represent happens to have a lot of these families in it. And so I think we need to respect and honor the fact that the people who love this and support this most can't be here. And so we need to do the right thing on this one. We cannot cut this program any further.
I agree with Charlie. We cannot cut this position. They have so many connections, so many relationships that we just can't replace.
And if we want to fundraise more, these are the people that can reach out to those communities and ask them to donate. In fact, they would do it now if we asked them to just be like, put out the word. What can you do? What businesses do you know? How can you bring these communities in to support? They'll do it.
I also agree. I think it'll be a critical blow for our families. They're really vital frontline support for and resources for our diverse homes. They are. They're the point of first contact, and they're the trusted point of first contact. And I think all of them are cultural experts, and our families rely on them and for the translation and even school avoidance. And refusal, I think they've done trainings on that, and I think it's important. They resolve issues before it rises to Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention. I just can't advocate more for keeping the parent liaisons.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like permission to relieve some of our extended cabinet. They got to run schools and get going tomorrow. So Ed and Ahmad and Namarta, I think a couple of you may need to stay depending what's still on the list, but I know you got to get up and get going tomorrow. Ed, who do you think we may potentially need to stay to? Putting you on the
I'm
hot.
not even going to look at them. Josh stays, David stays, Janet stays.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody else, for being here tonight.
Ahmad, you okay? And Namarta? Thank you for all the work that you've done to put all this together. We really appreciate it. And thank you for the ones who have to stick around. Good night.
Thank
And
you.
good luck.
Thank you, directors. Sorry to the 3 I asked to stay. Apologize.
All right. We know who's not getting a Christmas card. All right. Let's see. Like I said before, the challenge that we have as a board is all of these positions are impactful. All of these positions are valuable. All the people and the work they do is valuable. The question always comes down to, like, can any of these positions, or should any of these positions, scale according to the declining enrollment that we've had, right? Some of these positions presumably were added during COVID when we had an extra $40 million of funding, which we no longer have. And so the problem is sometimes you add supports when you have funding, and then it becomes critical, and people become used to it, and then it's difficult to separate the great work that's being done versus the funding that you no longer have. So that would be kind of my comment, because we're going to have the same discussion, I think, on all three. Because, as has been stated, our LCFF funding comes from attendance. And all three of these roles affect attendance, right? And they all affect equity and inclusion, right? And that's the struggle that we're all going to have with all three of these, if I can just speak plainly. Does anyone have a differing opinion? Trustee McCaughey? Your mic is on, so.
Yeah, I put it on. I hear your point. I don't know. This is very difficult to say because I'm not trying to identify one position as more valuable as another one. I guess my question to the district and staff, what was the rationale again for putting the district parent liaisons up again? Can you re-clarify the overlap that I can't recall, and I apologize because it's hard to toggle back. If you could pull up to the document that talks about the district parent liaison and where there was there's some overlap, because I think the point that when we look at systems, we have to look at programs and where there's alignment and misalignment. So my question is, you provided some information on some slight overlap, and I thought it was in Expanded Learning Opportunities program that has a position that is addresses the community in a way. So I know the positions might be slightly different, but maybe I'm looking at you, Ms. Gates, if you could kind of refresh the memory on that, because I think my point would be that, and I just want to talk specific about the district parent liaison position, because that was why it was presented up as well as last year for a recommendation for staff. So could you just highlight once again the thought behind that, please?
So I'll kind of give it from, because you were talking about the ELOP program, that's the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program that serves our families that are considered unduplicated. Those are the socioeconomically and EL and homeless and foster youth. And so that group of families and students have to them available additional after-school program resources and extended year programs. And we have family liaisons that support the families who meet those requirements in that program. And so they reach out to families and to make sure that they get coordinated with these after-school programs that the district offers. So that's one layer of support that you alluded to, and I'm going to let Ed talk about the other layers of support.
So wait, before Ed talks, do the parent-family liaisons target the same students, or do they reach out, for example, if they're assigned to one campus, are they responsible for all the students?
So they are concentrating on the unduplicated
same
students.
Number of same students.
Well, The LCAP is supplemental funding.
Correct.
But the support that the parent liaisons is to all families. It's
Okay,
not
that's what I was
just the
asking.
unduplicated. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's not just the unduplicated. They support all families.
That's what I was asking.
Correct.
They cover all the students, whereas the Expanded Learning Opportunities program only works with the unduplicated.
Correct.
Okay, so then where's the overlap? Just because of they both kind of work with the unduplicated count students?
Correct.
Correct, and the LCAP is similar. So the position that you're talking about right now is the district parent liaison, which is LCAP funded. But I want to piggyback on what President Brown said. There are positions that serve through the LCAP process, through ELOP for unduplicated, where there's, I think if I'm hearing you correctly, Vice President Makaji, there's that sort of overlap in terms of services. Clearly, these are very different roles in our organization. You know, parent liaisons from child welfare attendants, from social worker. But if I'm hearing you correctly, there are some opportunities where there could be some overlap because we are focusing and targeting our work with our unduplicated students and also our LCAP eligible student population.
Okay, so I understand the parent family liaisons work with all the students, and the Expanded Learning Opportunity program individuals, what's their title?
Family Services Specialist.
Okay. Do the family, I'm sorry, say that again, family?
Services Specialist.
The family services specialists, are they full-time or part-time?
I'm trying to remember. I believe we have two in that position. I'd have to check if they're full-time right now.
Oh, okay, but, and maybe just bigger picture, our unduplicated count is relatively small. I'm thinking like Fremont, they have a much larger number, but the percentage
Our
is like
unduplicated
17%?
It's about 16, 17%.
Okay, good. All right, remembered it right. Okay, so I apologize, I do have a point here. My point would be, I know that the parent liaison positions are extremely critical and very, very important, and we want to make sure to keep those positions intact. Maybe is something we could discuss, since I know the board is split on this, maybe a compromise on, because there's been a small reduction. Refresh my memory, we had a small reduction last year. So perhaps we do another small reduction, but not as big as what was proposed, because we need to figure out where we're going to compromise. So rather than not touching it at all, that would be my request for trustees, maybe think about it, of a smaller reduction, so we keep the position intact.
I think the challenge is, I think last year we went from 7 hours to 6 hours, or
From
Right, but
8
so what's
to
proposed?
7.
8 to 7.
Yeah.
Right, and what's proposed now? 7 to 4, 7 to 5?
That's what's
7
on
to
the-
4?
Where we landed is the 7 hours to 4 hours, correct.
Okay, well, to Trustee Jones' point, that's a lot. So maybe I'm just trying to think outside the box. So to preserve the concern that's been talked about, maybe we cut it cut it 1 more hour. Because that would be from 8 to 6, correct? I mean, it was originally 8 to 7 and 7 to 6.
So last year, the
Was 8
reduction
to
was
7, right?
was a .875,
Right.
which was an 8 to 7. So if you were to reduce, whatever you decide,
Yeah.
.875, then it would go from 7 to 6.
Right, that's what I'm proposing. We have to, I'm just telling, as fellow trustees, we're going to have to come to compromise. So that would be my proposal.
Thoughts?
The issue, again, it just becomes when it gets to a small enough number, they're already not at all the sites most days. They're there partial times at partial days. And you heard that at Valley View. If we cut this any more, it almost becomes, what's the point of having the position? Because who is going to do it? Like this, we have to balance what you're cutting with what you're paying somebody at the end of the day is also part of this conversation. As much as I don't want to do it, there are other ones on that list that we have talked about that I would be willing to potentially see a partial reduction in, as much as I hate it. But this is not one that I would feel comfortable doing that partial reduction in.
Other trustees?
Yeah, I'm also not comfortable with this particular one. There are other ones that I would compromise on, but not this one.
Across the 3 site support services ones, are there any that we would consider a partial reduction? Can anyone say what those are?
As much as, like I said, you hate it too, I hate it. I would be willing to discuss and look into our partial reductions around, for example, instead of phasing out child welfare and attendance, looking at a partial reduction. Instead of doing the full reduction of social worker, looking at a partial reduction to that.
So I don't like coupling these positions together. So I do not feel comfortable with those 2 positions just because the child welfare attendance specialists and the social workers have very complex positions and roles. They're working with our highly marginalized student populations, including all our demographic of our students that are African American, are Hispanic. But in addition to that, we're working and taking a look at our at-risk students who are at risk to failing, dropping out. So I do not, and also sometimes they have to chip away working with these students. It's, for example, if a student is a habitual truant or tardy student or has attendance issues, it's not a drive-by, come by, talk to that student once. It's coming back day after day after day after day. So it's something I'm very, very passionate about. So I guess my point to what I was saying before, if we're going to bundle them together and we're going to take a look at it, then we would have to do all, I really think we have to talk about how we compromise. So we would have, if you feel comfortable saying that you're going to have to consider cuts with those 2 positions, then I'm going to push back to you saying you need to push a little bit and do a small reduction in the district parent liaisons, or we don't do anything. And I think doing nothing goes back to what Superintendent Castro said. And there's a quote here in an article, let's see if I can find it, where she basically stated that she quoted in an article about Oakland, I was trying to get her to, I didn't ask the question right with her, but she was quoted in an article saying, if the state ultimately intervenes, local control would not be taken away, it will be forfeited through inaction. So I feel like right now we're starting to get to that point of inaction. So my point would be is that I think we need to really think about how we're going to work together with these cuts.
Okay. I'm not hearing consensus on this other than nobody wants to reduce these positions because of all the reasons I mentioned before, which I'm not going to repeat.
Let's put a pin in it and we'll come back.
Well, what I'm going to do is mark them as a 3, knowing that ultimately to get to a number, we may have to revisit the 3s and figure out whether we can scale any of the reductions. So I don't want anyone to assume that once something's marked as a 3, it may we may still need to have a discussion around whether it can be scaled, because we will have to get to a number. But I'm going to respect the board majority, and I'm going to move those to a 3. I'm going to come back to the intervention specialist and talk about outdoor ed. To me, this is such a small amount with a huge benefit, and it's loud and clear from our entire community that outdoor ed is not something that should be discussed. And it is mostly funded by PPIE in terms of the buses, and the grade 5 teachers do an amazing job raising money to make sure that students that can't afford the recommended donation still get to participate, and so there's no child left behind on this program. And I fought a couple years ago to that we should include stipends for that. And so given that this just basically covers the stipends and I think some of the medical expenses, I would mark this as a 3 right now. That'd be my recommendation. Anyone disagree?
No.
Okay. All right.
President Brown, can I recommend we jump down to the high school programs for the library media assistant 3 at the high school level? Trustee Carrion was referring to that when you stepped out, and so I think.
Yeah, I thought we covered that one earlier.
Well, we did. I don't. We haven't. It hasn't been. We haven't made a final decision on it. So can we go back to that?
Sure.
So, Trustee Carrion, do you want to go back to that? That was the one that you wanted to talk about.
My point was, I don't want to remove the elementary, middle school, or high school. This is really the only one that I feel comfortable adding to the list. So I'd like to add this to the list.
I would concur. Just because it's 2.5 today, I think it can be scaled down. I think the recovery piece was noted, but so I'm going to put that as a 2, unless there's disagreement. Well, I don't want to change the one.
His 2s are now 1s.
Yeah, sorry.
It took me like a minute to figure that out, but yes. Yeah.
My point is we voted on everything that's a 1, and then we're going to have to agree on the 2, and at some point we're going to have to vote on the 2s, right? So I'm just trying to keep organized here. All right. So do we want to discuss these other ones that are negotiated items? We've avoided them to date. One is whether we want staff to try to negotiate an increase of student allocations.
I apologize. Before we go to that one, can we go back to the integration specialist? Because we hadn't made a decision on that one. Because the ask was last week that right, but I'd ask staff to go back and look at what the consideration would be if we had cut additional integration specialists, because they recommended 1, and then they gave their information on why they recommended not to cut the other 3 positions. That's when Trustee Jones said, well, we could consider perhaps 1 more. And I was the one saying that I want to take back and come back and look at the integration specialists. I know and understand the rationale for why we need to have the other 3 integration specialists, because they provide the support for professional development for our teachers. I wholeheartedly support that. I've done lifetime professional development with educators for a big chunk of my career. However, when we're at a position where we're having to deal with budget cuts and heading to the farthest to the classroom, I do feel like that's an area of space where at minimum maybe take a look at 1 more position that could be cut, because that's less dollars that are impacting for our students. And I think it's something that we could bring back when we have the funding challenges resolved, but I do think that that would be an area that we could revisit, and it could be significant dollars that we're talking about, especially when we can't really come to consensus on some of these other positions.
So for process, could we add 1 as a 2?
I would prefer that we just create a new line item, staff. Yeah, so that we can discuss that separately. Rather than, I don't want to change the FTE, so just copy that row because we already voted on that, and I don't want to revisit a voted item. And we create a new line item. You don't have to do it right now, but if we could take that action. So from a straw vote perspective, is the board in alignment with increasing that FTE from 1 to 2 as a reduction? As a 2? As a 2, okay, all right. So
that makes sense, Trustee Walker? So we had 4 integration specialists. We cut it to 3. I'm proposing to cut it to 2.
So we would add a line item for just the 1 incremental, and we would put it in the 2 bucket. Okay, thank you. All right, Thank you for bringing that up. I do want to, it's uncomfortable, but we need to talk about it, right? So, middle school, increasing from student ratio from 26 to 27. Our contract right now is 26, and and then I guess K4 is like the FTE and the dollar savings of negotiating, going from 26 to 27 would be 290, and then 27 to 28 would be another 507K. You had something to add?
I do. I think we have to explain this from a position of not being very clear that when we're increasing class size ratios, it means for allocation of sections. It doesn't mean class sizes are going to go up. It also doesn't necessarily mean that intervention and EL classes will be cut. What it means is that, you know, when you look at a district, and a revenue district like ours, and I've had a lot of experience in this, it's really a great thing when you can add sections to go to a 7-period day. And the fact is, that takes a lot of money. And that's kind of like what President Brown was saying earlier, something that could potentially be enticing for a parcel tax. I don't know exactly what would zing as far as a parcel tax. It might be something like specialists or libraries, but it's one of those things, do you want an extended day? My very simple point is that this is not about increasing class size, it's increasing ratios so you can't provide as many classes in 0 period or 7th period or A period or B periods. That's what it's saying. It's not saying you're going to particularly offer fewer classes in any area. You do have to provide the core academic sections, but it basically means mostly things like electives. There'll be fewer electives.
So, but my question is, why is it negotiated? Is it because if you go over a certain number, or?
Namarta, I'm going to put you on the spot on that one. I have not heard of that being negotiated before. Class size is negotiated, but not ratios. And I don't want to get into collective bargaining on the dais, so
I'll just explain that our contract includes language both for staffing, which is this line item, and also for class sizes. So staffing is how the FTE gets allocated to the site versus class size maximums, which are, you know, each individual teacher's class size. Both of those items are in our contract.
But
Yes.
I also do want to bring up that, like, if you raise the ratio level, those kids that class no longer exists, they still have to go somewhere, which means that they're going to be filling into a class that might have originally been at like 29 or 20 or like 30 is now going to be at 32, 34, because those kids still have to go somewhere with the classes that you do still have. So I do want us to understand that the classes will still be compacted and impacted. Like, it may not change the cap size, but the amount of classes that are going to be within those classes are far more likely to be full.
yes, I would agree with you on that. And so the sites would have to make tougher choices about making sure like electives are full, and it would just, because they have fewer sections, they can't run, like, for example, more electives with fewer students. I would say, yeah, they would be fuller, but it does mean class sizes would get up to the cap more often.
Can I ask a question of why is it a savings then? I mean, just very simply, changing the ratio from 27 to 28 or from 28 to 29. Just making it simple, because now you guys got really technical there.
So it's just a simple math allocation. So, for example, if you have a school of 1,000, you're dividing that by right now we're dividing it by 26, and then either we divide it by 27 or 28. Then that determines the number of FTE and sections that get allocated to the school. And so when you raise that ratio, they're going to get less FTE, less sections. And so that the saving is that less staff have been allocated for that campus.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in short, I misstated, and I appreciate staff jumping in. The class size doesn't change because that's a separately negotiated item in the contract, but this is basically asking to increase the fill rate of the electives. And so bringing it back to the board, is this something we are asking staff to go negotiate with our union partners or not?
I would like actually, since Evan is here, I would like to hear their perspective on impacts for this for them at the middle and high school level. Because I know how it would be for my site if we were to do this, but again, Pleasanton runs differently than mine, so I want to hear for them at the high school level because he does electives.
My only concern with that is we do have to be careful as a board not to be perceived as negotiating with the union at the dais, right? So I have no disrespect to Evan, I have a lot of appreciation for what Evan does. I have a concern process-wise and procedure-wise whether that I'm not an expert. You guys are educational experts. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Maybe I'll just put our superintendent on the spot because he has the hot seat. But
well, maybe we'll put it this way. If you could, Evan, maybe just not talk about position, but what do you think would happen with the, from your perspective, what would happen as a teacher, because you are a high school teacher, your thoughts about sections and class sizes and impact on teachers without taking a position.
you can just use one of those. Okay, thanks, Evan.
Thanks, Evan.
So yeah, I can't really comment on this because it is a negotiated item, so I'm not going to say much other than that it is in our CBA for the ratios. What staff said was accurate about that this would affect the overall staffing ratios. Everything else I would have to leave to negotiations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Brown, can I ask Mr. Butterfield, who's very experienced with sections, to maybe speak a little bit?
Yeah, of course.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Sorry, Trustee Jones. I'm trying to be respectful, but I'm trying to protect both Evan as his union president as well as the board. So, all right, thank you.
So
Go ahead, Josh.
Staying away from the negotiated part, just if a principal has less staff to build their master schedule, they're going to have to make decisions on which programs they can support with the staffing that they have. So they will need to be more efficient with the staffing and make some decisions. So in kind of an overall analysis of the middle school program, certain things that are nice to haves versus must haves, like for example, students might not take strings and a wheel class in 6th grade. Right now they take both of those. So some students get 2 electives where other students only get 1 elective. So that could be an impact, or there's certain language classes that are like combo classes that are still low enrolled. So those type of things would happen. So, but we would make sure that we maintain programs to see things through. So I'll give you a very specific example. Our French program has attrition, so those classes get smaller. In order to be efficient with scheduling, a principal might combine Honors French 5 with a French 1 class of 20 and 10 to be more efficient with staffing. So that is a current move that a principal has made in their master scheduling to make that work. So overall, with less FTE or less staff, the principals will work through the master schedule, but I do want to assure you we have a student-driven master schedule. So we really focus on offering the classes that we can fill with student interest. And then we always use an alternate approach. So students in the elective, they select an alternate. And we're very successful in at least always getting students to that alternate setting in their second choice elective if for some reason their first one isn't available.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Point of order, 10:28. Are we going to extend 15 minutes, or are we going to call it at 10:30 as?
I believe there's a rule we could only extend it once.
We can only extend it once. All right.
that's
So
why
with
I
that
asked
said,
11.
I appreciate staff and staff and everyone that's in the room here and anyone that's online for sticking with us through to now. Just to review, the board did vote unanimously to approve those in item 1, which totals $7.5 million. We've got a planning list in bucket 2, which is $1.56 million, and then items in bucket 3 at 3.024, and we still have maybe eight or 9 items that we've yet to put a consensus waiting on. So we will move this to our next regular board meeting next Thursday, so look out for an agenda amendment there. I appreciate everyone's time. Sorry this is such a long process, but we're trying to be mindful of our staff and public opinion. Thank you very much. I'm going to call this meeting to close at 10:30.
Thank you, everybody.